Good morning, afternoon, and/or evening.
Hey,
Yo.
Hi,
how's
everybody.
it
How we
going?
feeling? We welcome back. My name's Young Foxxii. I'm hosting for this afternoon, evening, and/or morning, depending on time zone, and welcome you back to Neon Lights Roleplay, and more specifically, to the Seven Sons, our homebrewed D&D campaign. I have with me 4 lovely adventurers. Normally 5, but one is currently away from keyboard for a bit. Who I would like to welcome back into the sands of Zor'aa. I would like to go around in overlay order, let them tell us who they are, who they're playing, and where they can be found on the internet. And you know what? I'm liking the whole question thing we were doing. So I'm going to do another question today on the fly. I've done this right now. What would your character do if they had one thing they could do to relax? If you had time for one thing you could do to relax, what's your character going to make time for? Take a second to think about that. You don't gotta answer it right. Take a minute, think about it. And whenever you feel like you are ready, take it away, Tate.
I got this already. Hey, my name's Tate Washburn. I am playing Wolf, the beast barbarian who has just the most werewolf boyfriend energy I can put into him. He's going to be big and dumb and friendly, and I love him. Yeah, you can find me at @kinda_writing on Twitter. We'll get more into all of that. You can find me a lot here, but end of game is when we're really going to plug all that stuff. When it comes to what Wolf does to relax, I think it's surprising, but it's just like, as much as he loves to hunt, as much as he loves to fight, if he's trying to relax, he likes, like, warm coffee in the morning and a good book. But for him, a good book is kind of not a very smart book. It's like, yeah, he likes to read about travelogues and other people's adventures. That's fun for him.
Word. I can respect that. Nothing wrong with that.
It's kind of his motivation for being out in the world even, other than this, like, prophecy. Without it, he would have just left and felt like a jerk about it instead of being told to leave.
Of course.
Yeah, he loves hearing about other people's adventures. He enjoys the act of adventuring.
Fantastic. Up next in overlay order would be Michelle.
All right. I'm Michelle. I'm playing Mitz Tonquaddle. Mitz, who has she/her pronouns today. Please respect that. She is our Coatl folk wizard today. Yes. Otherwise, we'll get bopped.
Get bopped. Don't get bopped.
Crap. What does Mitz do to relax? Well, my first instinct would be to say, well, of course she just she just talks with Nga and does some, but we're talking about relaxing, not more work. Well, I mean, play, they're the same thing for Mitz. But if we're talking about relaxing, just gliding, feeling the wind through her feathers while she's just soaring free.
If I could glide,
really
I too would
chill
glide to
bungee
relax.
jumping.
Exactly.
Not joining us today, but still always in our hearts and minds, is our dear Lucian, playing Ploy and Net, our lovely duo of lizards, one folk, one giant. And yeah, I can't tell you what Ploy would do to relax because I'm not Ploy, but we appreciate Ploy's presence in this campaign as always. Take it away, sir.
Probably something to do with sweet rolls.
Yeah, probably some sweet rolls.
Probably sweet rolls or making javelins. I don't know. I feel like he enjoys it.
Making
I don't know.
javelins and poking sweet rolls with them to then eat. That's how.
How much can we stereotype this
How many
character?
sweet rolls can you fit on one kebab?
How many sweet rolls can you fit? Can you feed Ploy?
Exactly. It never ends. Sweet
It's
roll
just like
javelins.
a-
I agree. I agree.
Yes, this is very good. Hey guys, it's me, Sir Hecla. I will be playing Z, our College of Spirits bard today. In terms of what Z does to relax, I feel like sketching is one of them. Like, I kind of try to do that in my character notes and stuff. And I've shared them on social media before, so you guys can see that I kind of sketch out, like, the maps that we're in and
You
stuff
could
like
join
that.
our Discord and find out about more of them.
You could. You absolutely could do that.
And should.
Yeah, like, not even, like, necessarily, like, architecture or something. You could just be sketching anything from, like, people to, like, the animals or plants that they see around. Yeah, just kind of whatever. I think that's what she would do.
Reasonable. And, of course, last in overlay order, happy to have you back after missing you for our last session, Sir Dan.
Yes, I am back. My emotional state is still up in the air as to that fact. But yeah, I'm Dan. I play Mako Sky. Once part of a line try that again. Once a proud member of a long line of professional thieves, since bonded soul and not body to a suit of armor that was once the treasure of his family, and forever walking the world, looking for a way to remove the curse on the armor. And as to what I do to relax, it can be hard, seeing as I don't really have a sense of touch or a sense of taste or a sense of smell like the others, but one
or
thing
a sense
that
of
I enjoy
style. Bam! Get fucking destroyed. I'm sorry, that wasn't necessary, y'all.
One thing that I enjoyed in my life that keeps me tethered to sanity in my current form is I developed a taste for wood carving during my thief training.
Word. I can respect that. Nothing wrong with that. And of course,
All I can imagine is that Wolf thinking that's like his thing, and then it turns out Mako's much better. He's like, oh,
okay. Oh, okay. Is that what we're doing? Okay, Mako. Cool, no problem. And of course, if you aren't aware of who I am by now, thanks for coming here for the first time, because there's no way you've been here more than once and don't know who I am. But if you aren't aware somehow, I'm Young Foxxii, aka Big Foxxii, aka your favorite fox, and I am here to be the game master, otherwise known as every other person who's not these four lovely people in front of me. And having said that, let's start with a very, 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 very simple intro scene, because I don't know, I like doing these. They're pretty cool. Amongst the desert dunes, the distant sands, the cutting winds of Zor'aa, a small, soft pattering of feet, one after another, slow and gentle, accompanied with a ragged, labored, tired breathing. Hands trembling, clutching at them rags and sand-worn garments. In betwixt them, a shining coin, its face emblazoned with the kind of image that could change a war. And with that, we will bring our adventurers back. When we last left them off, they had been rescued by the Storm Children from captivity. Well, rescued is a tough term. They were kind of going to break themselves out anyway. Point being, they made their way back to the Storm Children base.
Aided by.
Got in touch with their leader, Nakali bin Talib, as well as other members of the resistance, including Jasha Alkami, Lady Temin, the re-meeting Shah Valen, who once thought duplicitous and possibly still duplicitous Dark Elf, who kind of sold them out a little bit at one point. Lady Temin, the ancient turtle maiden elder, who has told them of this great prophecy they are attached to, and each intricately linked to, involving these 8 powerful god beasts, one of which, it seems, our big furry boy is destined to kill. But each of our adventurers is intricately tied to this great prophecy involving order and chaos and the natural order of things. It has been, say, about a week or two of time since you've made it to Storm Children base. Your time in Wadal has certainly not been idyllic. Thus, a bit of time to rest and recover before you head back out on the road maybe seemed prudent. And so what I want to just have happen, and I'm not even going to bother with trying to apply an order to this, just go ahead and whenever, in your own time, in your own order, as you feel comfortable, go ahead and try to describe for me what your hero, what your folk, what your party, your character has engaged in, done, studied, taken time to, eaten, fought, blown up, broken, in the week or so since we've last seen them. In any order you'd like. Whoever feels it, call to them first.
I've already thought about this and have like 3 things Wolf wants to get done, but if someone wants to go first.
I mean, the one thing that Z still wants done is to translate this gosh darn journal.
Ah, yes.
We needed
Learn a language.
yeah, we gotta learn the language, but like also, yeah, like considering this was a journal annotating like experimentation that is very relevant to what is happening around here. Super important.
All right, so here's what we'll do. How about we'll do it this way, Z? We'll put you in scene real quick. We'll say it's about a day or two into your rest, and you've gathered up yourself, and maybe perhaps I'd assume Mitz would also want to be around,
Yes,
given that
absolutely.
this is typically her, her realm of thought as well. Having Mitz around as well, and possibly even Josh or Lady Temin if they're around. Temin doesn't leave the base too much. She always seems to be busy somehow, despite being such an older woman, but she's usually around. You catch her wheeling about her, just occasionally chuckling to herself at some joke she never tells anybody or just things like that. But, you know, you manage to catch her when she's not too busy.
Sounds
You know,
exactly like my grandma.
Oh yeah, 100%. She's everybody's grandma. She's great. I love her. But yeah, you happen to catch her when she's not too busy, and you wheel her. You know, you get you just if you have a moment to you know, to have her come over, you grab her and Mitz and maybe one or two other local sort of scribes, nobles, or people who kind of work with the resistance and are doing different things. And you have them all seated around this large table in sort of the dining area. Everyone kind of has their various other books and scrolls and things. And of course, it's obviously easier for a lot of them as they can read Zor'aa. But what I'd like to sort of get from you, and we can kind of play this out as naturally as y'all want to, and I'll even let Mitch jump in on this too. Tell me sort of what your process is, or specifically what things you were looking for as you're trying to translate this journal. That'll help me get a decide on what, if anything, I want y'all to roll and what information I can give y'all. Doesn't have to be super intense. Take it, and please take your time with this. I actually want to make sure I make this very, very clear for both everyone we have here and for chat. This is going to be, I won't call it a chill session because there's definitely some stuff I want y'all to do, but I'm going to provide a good amount of space for y'all to kind of like think through and talk through things. So do not be afraid to like have a minute of just like silence as you guys think it out. We can fill it in. I can fill it in with a little jig if you need me to. I can do a little show tune if you need me to fill up some time. But otherwise, no. Yeah, feel free to just like, you know, talk through things together as a unit. You know, make the scenes happen as you want.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here for you guys. All right, take it away.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all need some space as a decision, I think that during this time, if everyone's chilling, Wolf would be carving, because he wants to make a carving of the prophecy that he always does, because he has it like tattooed on his forearm. I don't know that we've said this on stream.
Mm-hmm.
Like on his left forearm is an extremely intricate tattoo that's like all of the technical details one would need to make to recreate this stone, and not just the stone and the carving on it, but also like its position in a field. So he has that on his forearm, and he takes to carving that in wood anytime he finds someone that he thinks might be able to translate it. He's already shown that to Z and Mitz once or twice, and he does want to make one for Lady Temin, but I like the idea that this isn't his scene, so he's like can't get her to pay attention to it while she's working on this journal. He's like, hey, but I want to.
That's perfectly fine. Not a problem at all. And yeah.
That's just happening in the background. I think it's good flavor.
Yes, of course. While Wolf is just kind of in the background, just idly working on this carving, every now and then just go, hey, could you... Oh, okay, I'll wait. Hey, if you...
I'm gonna just like his big paw hands. He's like, it's pretty big and it's filling the whole hand. So it's like, could you? No, I what?
I'll wait. It seems important. Just I'll wait. This seems important. It's okay.
So sad.
It's okay. That can entertain you.
Wolf is just me in every conversation. I don't feel qualified to talk about. Just like, hey, no, it's okay. I'll wait. It's okay. Go ahead.
Well, because this is important. His thing is he doesn't think as important because he doesn't think anyone knows what it says really.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure about you, Z, but what do you think about the grammatical structure here of the sentence?
I'm not entirely sure what the context of that would mean, considering the word sacrifice is at the end here. I'm not entirely sure like why it was conjugated this way.
Yeah.
But yeah, what we did learn was sacrifice was very important here.
Yeah.
It's also near blood. I also am a little suspicious of why Emir is really anywhere in this.
Yeah. I wonder if they have any bit of plans, or just how the heck this thing even works.
All right.
Okay. I don't know.
As you guys are playing this out, how about, and I'll let you guys decide what skill you think would be the most appropriate for this, but just give me a skill check of some variety that you feel like would be appropriate for how you're pulling together, and I'll take whatever you want.
My first response would definitely be history because I'm the best at that.
Oh yeah, actually, I will.
In terms of intelligence skills,
Doesn't have
how
to
do
be
I want to play
intelligence.
that out though?
I mean, I'll totally take history though, no question.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll definitely take history. You have Temin and some others with you who are more well versed in like the history of this place. So if you're sort of inquiring for like historical leanings behind these texts and things, I definitely will. Ooh, not a bad roll at all.
17.
Nice. All right, I'll hold on to that for just a moment. Mitz, why don't you give me a same? What do you feel like you want to try to roll as you figure this out? What's your lensing?
The previous roll.
Yeah.
I'm debating on whether Mitz would put some kind of like, because Mitz is definitely more interested in the mystical part of this, so I would wonder if she'd currently look at the Arcana or maybe some kind of like religion, because she does know they were talking about the Temple Guardians. It did seem, and definitely the temple itself was dedicated to some kind of
I will accept either one of them.
Okay.
And but I will say before you roll, just to give you the choice paralysis, because I like fucking with you. The information you get will differ depending on what skill you pick, and I'm only letting you pick one.
All right. Let's see.
So if you want more religious leanings, go religion. If you want more just like magical mechanic leaning, go Arcana.
Ooh, Mitz is definitely more interested in the magical side of things, though. So we will roll Arcana.
Arcana.
24.
The 24. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So here's how this works. You learn a couple of important things. So get your notebooks out, kids.
Oh boy.
The first thing that you learn, Z, you kind of start thinking about historical lensings, and as you're kind of like thinking about that, kind of almost spoiling out loud and like thinking like, oh well, I want to explore some of these historical context. You kind of put your finger on a word as if you're trying to trace it. Lady Temin's hand comes out, and with just very wordlessly, just silently pushes your hand towards the word Emir, and kind of just like has you focus on that for a bit, and you stare at that for a bit, and then it just kind of starts clicking from some of the wording you've been learning over the past day and a half. You see things like Emir, and you see things like a word that roughly means sort of status or grandeur, another that implies sort of like positionality in the cosmos, and you end up realizing that the way this sentence is meant to be phrased is in a very, very grandiose, overly, almost, to give it a real world parable, almost biblical sense. The Emir are believed to be immortal. Every account of an Emir dying is an Emir being killed. There are no accounts of Emir dying naturally. At all. So that's the first thing you kind of pull apart, and that sort of immediately begins you kind of, obviously being a reasonably intelligent person, you think, okay, well, how? And so you begin to dig into that a bit more, again, peering around at different sort of phrasings and wordings here, and again, that phrasing of sacrifice. You realize that while the word sacrifice appears at the end, different variations on that principle, sacrifice, offering, those appear in a lot of places in this text, and in sort of some weird contexts. You realize that the sort of grammatical lensing behind the way sacrifice and offering and these things are said is that it's not the traditional Sithani or Zoran word for just sacrifice, which is a very, very noble and dignified term. The wording here is perverted. Like, there's this incredibly cynical, almost negative lensing to it, which is weird given that this inscription, this journal sounds like a praise piece. Like it's saying the Emir are immortal, that one has never been known to die, but they maintain this through sacrifice. And again, that word sacrifice is very, very negatively lensed. That's the second thing you sort of learn. The third, and the much more obvious one, is there is definitely a direct tie between this and the blood gems, obviously. The mechanics are sort of fuzzy to you, obviously, but there's definitely some tie between, if it's not just like they're already using them to preserve their lives, maybe they have some other method of preserving their lives and they're finding a better way to do it. There's something, maybe, the method that kept them alive for so long is running out and they want a new one, but there's definitely some inclination here behind the blood gems and their usage in terms of like preserving the Emir and their legacy and their lifespans. Which is where you come in, Mitz, and you start saying, well, wait a minute, okay, hold on. And you start noticing some really interesting things.
Please don't tell me it's a ripping out of the soul and shoving into someone else's body, please.
Oh, we'll get to that. Don't you worry.
Magic jar who?
Oh, we'll get to that. But what you start noticing as you're reading this is, so the wording here, despite this being a journal, this is a journal. You're certain these are journal entries. The wording here is so strangely verbose and, again, just this awkwardly mythical and sometimes just syntactically strange in places. It feels like there are times where, like, the person writing this just really wanted to get a certain word in a certain sentence, or maybe in a certain place on the page. And so you start thinking about that a bit, and you start trying to trace where certain lines or inscriptions or words are. This journal page is a magical matrix, which you would know is effectively just a schematic for a spell.
Ooh.
And so you start pulling out certain parts of this spell, several runes indicating death in several different senses, a couple different indicating a sort of capture or bonding. And your initial assessment you pulled at me actually wasn't that far off. It turns out that the way the way the Etrasuli, the death, the dark curse works is effectively when a soul parts from this plane, its essence rejoins this sort of great ether, this great plane of imbalance that is the sort of cosmic essence. And what the Etrasuli does is sort of, for lack of a better term, corrupt the passage of that soul between realms, and sort of, as it passes through, pulls it back, trapping it within this gem, the mechanic of which deeply and filthily taints this soul, making it something wrong. Mitz, you are directly attuned to the cosmic essences. You feel cosmic energy the way normal beings feel the air around them. It's natural to you, but when you just put the barest bit of your sense toward this thing, towards this idea, the concept of this energy, it feels like a hole, like there's just, like it shouldn't be there. Amidst all the cosmic forces of balance and imbalance, this non-energy, this unthing, almost chills you a bit as you think about it. And so
natural.
Yeah. It's just and there's no other word I could use to describe it, even as the game master. It just doesn't feel like it belongs in any world, this or supernatural. It doesn't feel like it fits. So those are sort of the things that you begin to pick apart as you're studying this text more. And as you kind of pull apart this information, Lady Temin certainly, as well as some of the other mages who work with the Storm Children, kind of just begin to certainly show an incredible degree of concern, just saying there is certainly some incredibly dark things at work here. We're gonna need time to work with this and peel this apart before we can make any solid gestures. If you feel comfortable leaving this journal with us for some time, we'll spend some time putting our best people on it, perhaps reaching out to contacts. If we encounter any dire information, or failing that, anything that might require more of your assistance or expertise, we could just contact you both.
Thoughts?
Sounds fine.
Okay. This is looking very kind of ill right now, and is not it's like curiosity is kind of weighing against the sheer wrongness of the magic that Mitz is feeling right now. And it's Z, do you want to take a break? I don't think I can keep going right now.
Yeah, and a break is okay. We were down there in that tomb. Something is not right.
Yeah, this is neither natural nor supernatural, is all I can.
And Floyd put a bit of it at the end of a stick.
Hey, listen, sometimes you got to stick it to him.
It's just like,
I'm
Mm.
sorry, I'll behave. Anyway, and I guess there is one other slight bit of historical information I'd like to lens you. Sorry, Purple. I'd like to lens through you. See, I'm disappointed, Purple Phil. Zenari, there's one other thing you kind of recognize. Temin points out to you that a lot of anything to do with death would be immediately the purview of the Zoran god Shayada. Shayada represents not just death, but entropy as a concept, as a deity. They represent the natural breaking down of things, the natural dissolution of order into disorder, the passing of time. Everything ends in Shayada, even gods. And so, as you mentioned this god, you not having too much knowledge on local Zoran deity, and Temin says, oh, well, of course, fear not, we have some scrolls around, and they pull out some imagery and iconography, and you start recognizing that while the symbols you see in these scrolls you're looking at now, these symbols of Shayada, and some of the iconography you noticed in that temple you guys were in where you found this journal, they're not the same by any stretch of the word. There are some definite cultural similarities. The kind you as an archaeologist would know denotes the kind of thing where a cultural shift happens. In the same way the Greek gods became the Roman gods, and there's a very noticeable shift in them. You kind of denote a similar sense where it seems like, over the passage of time, you think that maybe those symbols you originally saw might have become the iconography of worship for Shayada. But you are immediately saying, like, just looking at the timing and the trying to just like rough dating based on the way those things looked, the time scale on how soon this shift in like deity belief must have happened is entirely too small. It's as if the only guess you could hazard would be like an entire culture just suddenly and rapidly shifted to worship this god a lot differently. And you wonder if maybe that applies to some other things, because you start to look at all the different iconography of gods, because some of those scrolls contain not just information on Shayada, but on the rest of the pantheon. Kaltora, the god of strength, law, and honor, who Nakali and the Torvali worship. Ishi and Alsha, the twins of light, shadow, twilight, and moon and sun. Temir, god of nature, plants, water, and tempest. Amutep of knowledge, history, and order, who it was mentioned that you are tied to, Mitz. Tatim of fortune, wealth, celebration, and travel. Kolakesh, god of the void. Aida, a god of arcana, a goddess of arcana and the sands. You notice that all the imagery you find in these scrolls of these gods look like Sethani. And so you start to wonder, did this similar rapid cultural shift happen for all of these gods? And I think I've given y'all enough of a lore dump for now that we can yeah, I'll let y'all take
Just in terms of time scale, would you say that time scale is about 60 to 70 years ago?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Good to know.
Ooh, the bard has thoughts on this.
Yeah,
I do.
If y'all want to take that scene, please. Y'all know what I do. Go fucking.
Yeah.
I mean, Wolf is just interested in what people smarter than him are saying, even if he doesn't quite understand. It's like, yes, the symbols changed at some point. That's significant.
Yeah, the symbology changed. It's just getting the character. The symbology changed, but also, we don't know if it changed for all the gods. That's, I guess, if we want to explore more temples and find that out, we would have to. But this time scale looks like it went about 60 to 70 years ago, which if you know anything about, the rise and fall of cultures, that is a very, very small window. But even stranger, is that's about the same time that those blood gems were discovered.
Wolf is actually interested in that. It's very much like...
It's also about, if you remember from last session, about the lines up with the timeline when the Dominion rose up.
Yep, exactly. That was the next point. That's when the Emirs also became a lot more prominent, a lot more powerful.
Hold on. I think, like, Wolf would immediately, like, hold on. You said that they're like, the Emir are immortal, and yet the Emir have only existed for 60 or 70 years? that seems like a pretty big jump to assume that they will never die of old age in 70 years. Wolf comes from a culture with furbolgs, druidic furbolgs, who live for like thousands of years.
Yeah,
Like,
you know.
really?
They're fucking infants. What are you talking about,
I'm
man?
not sure.
Those fucking
I'm not
baby
sure
rulers.
I mean, do we know how long on average the Sithani live, though? That's
also a good question.
because if they don't live very long, then 60 years might be a lot.
Wolf resists the urge to grab the oldest Zathani here and say, "How old are you?" He doesn't, but he's like,
Lady
Lady
Lady Temin just sees that urge in your eyes and just says, "The average Sithani typically lives about 50 years. They are not a long-lived folk."
That's a very bold assumption for this journal to make. Now,
well,
this was very.
He didn't ask. He wouldn't.
Though,
He wants to, but he won't.
just kind of based on the wording, it just being very. I just hit my mic. And putting the syntax in weird places. I'm not sure entirely like how reliable that phrase exactly is. It could just be more of an unreliable narrator, but I'm again not really sure about that. Yeah, it kind of sticks out, doesn't it?
You do some
wisdom check, Dan.
Yeah,
wisdom check.
You do a bit more flipping through page entries, just kind of to get a better sense of maybe what they might get a sense by, like the immortality thing. You do find a couple of entries with mention Emir ages, and it's hard to tell because there are different entries on different Emirs, so it's a little hard to tell. But you do point out two distinct places in history where there are entries addressed to a certain Emir. In fact, it's actually sorry, I totally had this marked off. Give me 1 second. Factions. Dominion. There we go. You find a reference to Tayyib El Shalai, who you remember from last time, is the Emir of Dayada and the only female, the only woman amongst the Emir. There are two mentions to her from 40 years apart. Both of them mention her being the same age. Now, granted, it's not horribly uncommon to have societies wherein the ruler's age isn't mentioned, mostly for the sake of their vanity. But given the context and the whole blood gem thing, you're like, okay, maybe they took this one a little bit seriously.
Mitz is actually kind of a little bit interested in this now. It's Mitz is kind of curious about because she knows from speaking with Z about like the various different like weirdness in which sacrifice is mentioned, and how that played out with the magical, at least on the Arcana side of things. Can Mitz do like an investigation on like just like weird placements of like where words are to see like if there anything else could, like something else might be hidden, like a cipher or something?
Huh? Yeah, I'll take that. Go ahead.
The investigation or Arcana? Arcana?
I'll take either one. Honestly, I'm not gonna.
Set phase 13.
Tell you what, because you no. Here's how we'll do this. Because you rolled so well with the Arcana check to get that rune so efficiently, I will give you investigation on this, given that you already have lenses into what this thing is. I'll get you advantage on this. So I'll take that 23. And what I will say is, so you begin to kind of pick apart at like just the raw mechanics of the way this sort of seal or the sort of schematic of this seal kind of works. And you denote a couple of things. There's a couple of interesting things you know. The first is, while magical inscriptions, magical tattoos, magical, curse seals, things like that, they're not super uncommon. You've seen plenty of different variations on them of plenty of different societies all over the world in your time. Most of them tend to sort of bond to the innate magical energies in a person, which is why typically they're more common for people who are already mages or who like study amongst like magically inclined cultures or peoples. But the way this sort of like the linkage of this inscripture works is that it ties directly to the soul. It literally marks on the soul, which tells you directly like this is not like it's like the first thing you think is like, okay, if I was going to think about removing this kind of curse from somebody, it would be infinitely more intricate and hard to pull off than like removing a natural like magical inscription, like a magical tattoo or magical seal from something. It would be leagues, miles, kilometers more complicated than that. And that's sort of the first thing you notice. But as you do a bit more picking at this seal, kind of just plotting and playing with it, trying to figure out, might be there for you to deal with, you notice that, how do I explain this? And this is actually, you know what? I think this is a great place where I feel like, again, Zenari and Lady Temin would be very, very helpful to as like kind of reference points here, because you two access magic in slightly different ways. Mitz, again, as of being naturally attuned to the divine, magic for you is more just pulling into yourself, right? Whereas for Zenari, it's more reaching out. The way in which this seal draws energy from the, I guess, like, for the realm of death, the way it draws in death magic is absolutely not the way you harness magic, Mitz. It's nowhere near like that. It's much more similar to the way you harness magic, that grabbing and reaching out, but it's not as natural to a degree. It's forced, for lack of a better term. And as you kind of recognize this, Mitz, as you kind of feel that thought in your head, I am, you know what, both of you, I'm gonna need both of you to make con saves for me real quick.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. I'm great at those.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yay!
Real quick con saves for me.
I'm so good at them, guys. I have a +1.
Go ahead and make
Same.
take the save.
Plus 0.
Oh.
Okay, 17.
See, at least you're doing
All right, so
okay.
I normally, and this is a bit of a GM thing, by the way, just to so here, this is perfect. Thank you so much for that. So here's what I'm gonna say, right? And this normally, as a GM, I don't like telling my players the DC for their things unless like it's something that I feel like they would know. So I'm telling this so you guys can know as players, because I like instilling fear in my players. Even if I had given you advantage,
okay. We got a +2.
yeah,
from
so
purple.
I'll get to that. Even if I had given you advantage, Mitz, and given both of you that +2, you would both still be failing.
Hey, this is good.
So for
Yep.
the briefest instant, and I mean like a picosecond, you feel this undescribable chill. Not like cold, like anything approximating warmth, light, or goodness was very briefly snatched from your being. It is just that brief. And as it fades, you feel a pair of eyes larger than creation itself on you, fleeting for just a moment, and then gone.
Too much.
And then gone.
Well, knowing too much has definitely been a problem sometimes. But that was something else.
Just evil. I think we just saw evil. I think that's what that was.
If they have like a
I don't know
physical
what that
reaction,
was.
I think.
Oh, absolutely. Hair standing up back on the neck. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
if they end up feeling like looking like they're in pain, Wolf would like immediately just, what's going on? Like, look for a threat very quickly. Like, hey,
Temin just quick hand, shaky old hand up to Wolf's chest. Just easy, child. Please, are you too well?
Now we are, I think.
What just happened?
Hard to describe. I think, yeah, the best way to describe it in one word is just evil. Evil happened. This seal here.
at this point, Mitz, I guess, introduces like, I wouldn't call it evil, more like a lack of anything good.
Temin looks at you both, concerned, looks down at the seal, looks back up to you, this haunted look on her face. You did not see evil. You saw death.
Oh.
She then just closes that book in front of both of you and just, I believe we should rest for now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, death's the greatest equalizer, but that was something else, huh? Yeah, right, Z?
I'll say.
All right, let's go ahead and pull back a little bit to allow for some time. So we'll go ahead and call that scene wrapped up for now as you two process the.
Wolf is gonna beat up Nikki.
If you're gonna process the depths of what you just experienced and what you've learned. Let's go ahead and pull over to our other. Let's pull over to the boys real quick. Boys, what have we been up to the past week or so?
What are we doing?
Yeah, what have we been up to, boys? The dudes. What are the dudes being up to? Just guys being dudes.
Wolf has 3 things he wants to get done.
Hit me, Wolf.
First, 100% for sure, he's gonna fight Nakiwe, and I do want to have the roll up to that fight because he does have questions. Secondly, make this wood carving and get it to Lady Temin and be like, "Can you read this, pretty please?" Because we only kind of translated it. And then thirdly, he does want to not attack but confront Shavalen a little.
Okay, cool. Let's do
a mild
this.
amount of verbal harassment.
Let's do this in 2, 1, 3 order, because 2 I think would be between Wolf and Lady Temin personally, and then 1 and 3 maybe other people could be around for. So we'll handle it this way. So the first thing, you take your time to work on your carving, trying several times to butt into the very important magic conversation, but not fine. Just
and then it ends with we should take a break. So he's very much I guess I'll wait for some time.
But as she turns to wheel away, she does stop, and without turning around, just holds out a hand to you.
He goes,
and she takes it in her hand, just turns it over once or twice, begins to look at it, trace a different rune here or there. She knocks on it a couple times for some reason.
The underside also has compass data as to the direction it's facing based on magnetic north, because they had no idea what any of this was, and for all they knew, that was important to decrypting it.
Yeah, and so she inspects this very personally and just says, "Give me some time with this," and offers you a very solemn smile.
As you wish, venerable one. He just
Oh.
He's you don't want any context for the okay.
And she'll step away for a bit as she sort of steps away. You do kind of catch Joshua on his way off to go do some things, and you just kind of casually ask him, "Hey, where's the big guy?" And Joshua just says, "Well, last I see him, he's usually in the armory breaking things, and if you can't find him there, then I'm not sure what to tell you. Honestly, I don't usually see him anywhere else."
It's a fine pastime. I will find him there.
And so you head on over to the armory, and you see a couple of things. It's again same day-ish as what happened. So about 2 or 3 days since you guys have been there. And there's a couple things you notice as you step into the armory. Nakiwe's there. He's definitely there. All muscle and sinew and scale. He is in his usual spot over by the dummies. But where normally he kind of works on a couple of them, and then you've passed him doing his thing the past few days. He normally just breaks a few of them and then goes off to do some things so that people can have the rest to do their training. Every dummy around is destroyed. It's wrecked. There are also incredibly deep divots and rents in the wall. It's a madhouse. It's a mess. Secrets to Tinker is in a corner behind one of the mangonel, the catapult, just cowering, And as you walk in, he sees you and just...
Wolf's not paying attention to that at all. I think he would more just be picking up on oh yeah, he's in a mood, but maybe this will raise his spirits.
All right.
And I think it's Hail Nikiwe.
All right. And you're approaching him?
Yeah. Not immediately within melee range approaching. He would say that at a distance. But he's walking confidently.
Okay, dex save for me real quick.
Jesus Christ. Superstar. Oh my god.
I have advantage.
You sure do. Perfect.
Hey.
Good.
Yeah, you just... Hell no! As he, just the tail lifts up a part of a training dummy and just huffs it in your direction. It impacts a wall not too far from your head. He doesn't speak.
This is not the welcome I had assumed I would find from someone who has challenged me to an honorable fight.
You know, give me un secundo. Nope, never mind. Don't. So he turns around, very slow, just that imposing bulk turning. His maw is bared and snarling. And he just says, "Not now."
I mean, yeah, Wolf's gonna respect that. He's like, I'll find you later then.
Nakiue goes to, and you'd think he'd maybe like turn away, because there are no more training dummies to turn to a fine pace. He just turns and starts working on the wall, just greatsword in hand, just slashing massive divots into the wall. Secret Tinker slowly clatters his way out of his place of hiding, still very much hunched over, and just clatters over. Kind of just stands next to you, looks at you, and then him, and then you. Just, are you two going to now?
He's requested not at the moment, and it would be uncouth of me to have a battle, a challenge, a duel is more so than an ambush. I don't think would be fair at this moment.
Secrets kind of nods as you say, like, he said not now, and then he has his two upper arms still kind of folded in front of you, but one of his lower arms tugs just a little bit on like a bit of fur, kind of indicating to like, and then as you kind of like notice this, he does just slightly nudge, not even like his head itself, but like just nudges an antenna over towards the other side of the room. Just
yes. What Wolf would like to do, because he's not going to look away in the case of future deck saves. And you'll have to tell me, DM, if the feature from my background applies here, where I can kind of tell stuff about an animal by how they, like their wreckage they leave behind. Is there something I could glean using that? Whatever skill you think would be necessary for that.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me, I want to say like
survival?
I'll take survival. Yeah, give me a survival.
We could do nature. It's the only intelligence skill that I have not -1 on. But
I think either one's fine. Doesn't matter to me. 16's good. So it's a little tough to tell because again, you're more used to this kind of investigation on beasts and not so much humanoids. Yeah. But there are still some similarities you can notice, and especially amongst cold-blooded predators you've encountered in your previous time. There's a level of sort of, well, one, definitely like just like territoriality that certain creatures exhibit in just in terms of like, I'm going to fuck this place up so people that come here know it's my place and not to come closer to it or I'll fuck you up. And so your first thought is like, okay, territory marking. I guess I get that. But then you're like, wait, he's a thing that can communicate. Why would he not just say, this is my spot, don't come over here? And then you kind of realize that he just seems really, really pissed the fuck off. Like, and not like calm, focused, inner barbarian anger. Like, the next thing that talks to me will see itself snapped in half anger. Yeah, that's kind of just that's the indication you get. But he does seem incredibly preoccupied with making this wall pay for it. So you feel maybe not super confident, but at least you could say with a relative degree of certainty there probably won't come more debris flying at your head as long as you don't bug him.
Yeah, someone just needs to be like, rope this section off and be like, he needs to have his little tantrum.
Give him space. But yeah,
I think that, Wolf would have a certain amount of experience with that, just like the nature of him and his people of like, yeah, you have to learn how to control that sort of very internal bestial rage, otherwise it controls you. So Wolf is like concerned, but also it's like, I don't know that I'm the person to teach him that. I don't know that he would take my advice until maybe I've proved to him that it's better to keep it under control.
I see your points.
So now is not the moment for him, I don't think. Wolf wouldn't push it right now.
Yes, of course. That makes perfect sense to me. So yeah, so Secret's kind of just like taps at you like a little bit, just kind of like nudging you over, just like yeah. And he just says, I apologize on his behalf. I don't like to speak for others, but from what I understand, recent trips went south. I don't think he wants to talk much about it, but rumors say he's not happy with himself for some reason. Nakiue is oft like a bit of a toddler, not to speak crass of him. You have to just give him space for his temper sometimes.
Burden that many warriors have to bear, that kind of anger.
I'm sure he appreciates your understanding. Find him at a day where maybe he's not as temperamental. I'm sure he'd be happy to slap you around a bit.
Wolf is not sure how to interpret that it. Secret already is assuming Wolf is the one being slapped around. He's like,
He does say it with a chuckle, kind of indicating like he doesn't literally like.
Yeah.
He's not literally like, oh, he's gonna fuck you up, dude. Just like. As
still
for,
a little bit of a.
Yeah. So, and I'm unless there's anything urgently you want to say or do here. I am.
No,
yeah.
not yet.
We'll go ahead and allow your third scene to happen, and I will spread this out to both Wolf and other people. Are there others who you feel like it would be okay to have around for this instance of you confronting Shah?
Yeah, it's more like Wolf doesn't need to be the one to confront her. He'd be fine if someone else did. He just needs. He feels like he needs it to happen. Like he might be even express this to the group of like, for one, an apology would be appreciated. All she ever said was apologies would not be. No, they would. I would like one actually. Like Wolf has a very like direct and like no, that you should actually don't.
Okay, but
that.
say sorry.
It's like that's not an apology. The thing you just did, actually.
Story of my life.
But definitely a very much like he doesn't like being made to be a liar, and he said he would taste her blood.
Okay, I mean, yeah, fair enough.
So like he's very much like I'm gonna give you this one time. I'm only doing that once.
Fair enough.
There doesn't, and I don't know if that's like if Wolf is the best person to do it. I think that's why he'd come to you guys of these feelings, the rest of the party, and be like,
Yeah.
I don't. Someone needs to make it clear that we, at least I assume everyone's on the same page that we are.
Let's do it.
Mostly giving her this one pass.
Let's do it this way. We'll say it's a few days later, maybe about 5 or so, 6 maybe days into the week. You guys hanging out here, and it's dinner. It's call for dinner. You know, a bell goes off. You all head over to to grab some food because food is great. And you're at your table. You know, you're at the cool kids table, chatting it up with yourselves, the cool kids. When, despite typically not seeing her amongst the common folk, as it were, you think maybe she's a bit too posh to eat with the rest of you losers. You do see Shah plop down at a table with her own tray of food, like kind of across the room from you all. Yeah. So, and she's there, and I think this probably would be when Wolf kind of just says, "Hey, so like, should we say?" If y'all want to take on that scene right now, then it's all yours.
Like, should we say something to her? I feel like there's a lot left unsaid.
Yeah, I do agree, but also,
in my years as a thief, I have encountered times when it is important to, how do I put this, prioritize the mission. However, the danger she put us in, some of us more than others, isn't the kind of thing where we can just let go.
I'm worried that not being clear will lead to further times where she withholds information. I would like to make it very clear that that is not tolerated.
Anyone here
Perhaps
up for
curtail that.
a prank? So
Oh,
I'm not here to have a talk with her. I don't want to talk with her
Oh no.
ever again.
I
But
didn't want to make it petty like that. Not to say pranks are not fun. I'd imagine she wouldn't take a prank well. I just think one of us ought to talk to her directly, or several of us if you'd like to join me, because I'm very much would like to do so.
it's all yours, Z. I'm not I'm not here to have a conversation.
All right, party leader, take it away.
No, why? No, this is the worst
I'm not here
time for her
to
to break the ice.
either.
I'm sorry.
We don't need-
We all know the real party leader's ploy, but he's not here, so
Yeah.
It's like, look, I'll back you up if you
Vice
need me
party
to,
leader.
but I don't like her, and I think we can just pretend that she doesn't fucking exist.
shit, damn.
I'll respect those wishes, and I may just go alone then very quickly. This doesn't have to be a debate. I don't need someone more eloquent. This is a message.
Well, fair enough.
Well, if you need someone to stand behind you and look imposing.
I'm going to
Someone
as well.
looking more imposing.
I'm not sure if I'm exactly the one to break the ice here.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Wolf has a plan then that is just born of one. I love that I have this ability, and two, Wolf's sense of style and drama.
Well, she hasn't moved from that spot, so.
Yeah, Wolf is actually gonna climb up the side of the wall over the ceiling, and then try and climb behind her where she's not looking.
I'm gonna need you to
I
roll
can
stealth.
spider climb. I can spider climb.
I'm gonna need you to roll stealth.
Hey.
I'm actually very good at this.
Wait, hold on.
Uh-oh.
This is why I should have said this. I was gonna say, if anyone wants to intervene and tell Wolf not to do this before he rolls.
I mean, because I was going to ask, can Mitz do any kind? Okay, because like Mitz is all for like just like putting on it. Like it's like, okay, if Wolf is gonna do something dumb, Mitz is going to totally run like so many illusions, right, to put a distraction up, so like he doesn't get caught when he does something dumb.
So you wanna cast some minor illusions to distract so that Wolf isn't noticed.
Something like prestidigitation, just like do some cool tricks, like
like all right. Here's what we're gonna do.
Shape water.
Okay. Here's how we're gonna do this. I need you to give me some kind of skill check. It can be performance, it can be deception, it could be not sleight of hand. One of those two things probably, or something similar, to show how well this illusion is. And if you pass a certain DC that I'll set in my head, I will give Wolf advantage on his stealth roll, meaning he gets the 15 and not the 6.
Okay. I roll a 1. This is the worst.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Also, again, I want to clarify, if anyone wants to stop Wolf before he does this, now is the moment. Otherwise, go ahead and roll, Mitz.
I mean, Mitz is here to be petty, so
do it then. Fuck it.
Perhaps a direct confrontation is the best approach.
He just doesn't want to walk through the kitchen to get to her. The point is to not have her move away while he's approaching her, and this is the best stealth option he has.
Mitz gonna just nudge Z and be like, "Can I have some assistance on this?" And just
Sure.
Okay, so Mitz is gonna roll performance and fail epically. Huh?
Oof. All right, let me hold up. I gotta roll a perception.
Plus inspiration, right?
Yeah, I guess I can. Yeah, it's sure. What's your bardic inspiration die right now?
Bardic inspiration. That's a great question. I'm pretty sure it's a D8 by this level.
Roll a D8. Add it to that.
Oh, hey then.
Oh, do you want me to roll? Okay.
Booter Wolf.
Okay.
That's a 19.
19 will absolutely do it. Yeah. So like Wolf, you like start to move over towards this wall and like shamble a bit, and like people notice. Like there's definitely a few who just like, what the fuck is this guy doing over here? Okay. But like as like people start to maybe speak up a little bit about this, Z and Mitz, you both kind of recognize like, oh fuck, what's going on? And you both just kind of turn and like spark the kitchen flame in the middle a little bit, just kind of make it like, real quick. Everyone's like, well, what the fuck? And they all look over here. And that like lets Wolf kind of just like get his quick little climb on. And yeah, so Wolf, you kind of just quickly just like spider shamble over on the ceiling, and you pop down and are now just like directly next to Sha. And as you kind of sit there for a couple seconds, as she's still looking at this like, what in the world? She turns and just, oh my word! I ought to put a bell on you. I say with.
That'd be cute.
Yeah, I don't
Mitch
know how
starts
to
making
process
pretty
that
images.
mental image personally
Yeah,
as
I
the
know.
player. It's like,
And I think it's probably at that moment that like maybe Mako and Zenari also make themselves known. Just so this is group intervention then, yes?
Bingo.
message.
This is what I get
Mitch
for
is
eating
just
lunch
here
with
to
the
be a
commoner.
distraction. Look, a distraction.
This is what I get for eating lunch with the commoners. Very well, please make yourself comfortable.
I'm not staying long.
Wonderful.
I have only a few things that I would like to make extremely clear if we are going to remotely work together.
You have as few things as I have patience, so
As a more personal note, apology would actually be appreciated. A real one. I would like you to admit that you've done wrong and not sarcastically say that we don't care, because I do. And I think that's important. And I don't need that right now, because I won't believe you right now, because you're doing it because I'm here and bigger than you. Secondly, if you put me and my friends, and especially my friends, in danger because you are too damn stubborn to tell us anything, I will make good on my promise. I don't like being a liar, and I'm willing to give you one chance. Are we clear?
Yes, well, despite my dinner suddenly tasting more sour, I suppose we can at least come to accord. I will render another one at a time it feels appropriate, but for the simple sake of Cordon, I will say, I do hold no love for the thing that I did to you all. It was unkind. I am certain an apology, as mentioned, would not necessarily be believed right now, but I will say it either way. I am sorry, Wolf, and to the rest of you. As for your second statement, yes, well, I suppose a second betrayal of your trust would determine some kind of vengeance. I am lucky to have escaped your claws, as it were. And as, and she kind of like scratches her chin for a bit. Interesting a specimen you certainly are. I don't think I need that kind of personal experimentation. Not without consent, at least. And she chuckles a little bit. Yes, I'll hold to my word.
Wolf's not going to roll insight because he doesn't believe he could possibly beat someone as good of a liar as her at it. He's going to be very eye narrow and
General curiosity also got a vibe check. Just
Go.
not even a like I don't believe this person. Just general
Hit it.
passing eye. Okay, 18.
Yeah, similar to the look on the face she leveled at you when
inside is
she
one.
sentenced you all to the airship. The look on her face appears very sorrow-ridden. Like she still had that like pomp air to her. You get the sense that that's just trained. But as far as you can tell for someone as kind of sleazy as she is, yeah, she seems genuine.
All right, luck in the chat. No, Wolf would like on a dime be like, well, then that's all we have to discuss, and like just if there is a drink nearby or somewhere he can grab a drink, immediately grab it, down it, and slam it down on the table, and then like walk away.
Yeah, this and she'll kind of just the only drink currently available on the table would be the tea she was planning on sipping some more.
He's not that rude. He's
But
not
if
that.
you want to roll like an athletics test, just like snatch it from her. You're welcome to do that, I guess.
Oh my god.
Just
No, he is exactly the level of petty to leave a drink that she is expected to clean up because it's on her table, but not steal her food.
yeah, she just kind of just says, "Well, if that's all, do you mind if I finish
Wolf's
my
already
food?"
gone. He walked away.
Yeah. I hate
The
it when I
other
want to
two
finish my
did
more. I hate it when I can't finish. It's so rude. Yeah, and she doesn't really say anything. She kind of just looks at the rest of you. Just, do any of you want to threaten and/or talk with me?
Mitch is still being a distraction until everybody gets back, so Mitch has nothing to say.
So yeah, just looking at the two of you, just.
Mako looks at Zenari and says, "You were put the most in harm's way by this. I defer to you."
Yeah. You're not wrong, I was. What happened in that throne room was real shitty. Not gonna lie. Not gonna put it a different way.
I do not. Forgive me for the attempt to mince words. what I allowed you to go through was disgusting. You have no right to forgive me, nor would I ever ask it of you. I believe, if anything, you have more reason to hate me than your third friend does.
Probably right, but at least right now, there isn't too much I should be doing about it, just because I had bigger fish to fry. But I do believe that you were sorry. I do. Both then and now. I think only time will tell.
I agree with that assessment. Oh, if you could do me one last favor, by the way, she says, almost in a complete reversal from like that very somber tone. Just, oh, if you don't mind, small favor. Just points across the hall. Your feathered friend over there. And she just brightens up. I am in love with that circlet. Please tell her.
Pass on the message.
Mako would be the one who's like, yeah, sure.
And then kind of seeing the attempted sort of levity not working, just kind of falters back and says, yes, well then if I might return to my meal.
I guess we'll
I just have the mental image of Mako just standing there the whole time.
Just
Perfectly motionless.
T-pose to assert dominance.
fucking damn it.
I mean, he doesn't have muscles, so standing or sitting doesn't make any
No,
difference.
Exactly. We made that joke last time of like, yeah, it's hard to tell when he's sleeping or if he's just waiting.
Oh my god.
I mean, Warforged, kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just can't stop saying Mako and T-pose now. Fuck. God damn it, guys. Just like, whenever you guys long rest, he just stands outside.
He's
We
loading
put him
in.
up on a pedestal and call him a scarecrow. People are like, yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
Imagine how scary that would be, though, if you're like, yeah, that's a scarecrow. Like, you put Strawn and poking out, and they're like, yeah, it's just a dude. And then out of nowhere, sneak attack.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm still waiting for that to happen in a session.
it will.
Don't
It
worry,
will
we
one
got
day.
this.
Like, we need someone to stand guard.
all right.
and
So
just dress Rico up like a scarecrow.
there is one last
We need to
thing.
carry an armor stand for him to just, like, sit on when he's on guard.
No, I just love the, like, one day you walk into a bar and then like, can I get you guys some chairs? They pull out a bunch of chairs and they're just like, they just put like an armor stand for Mako, just like,
Huh?
okay,
Appreciate you
okay.
being so
I'm
kind.
so sorry. This is why I can't GM, guys, because I let shit like this happen. I'm so sorry. Okay, right. So, there's one last thing I want to have happen before we grab a very small break, and that is, last session, a magic item wasn't given out, and so I believe it is on just about the last day of your of your sort of time together, where you all noticed Mako hasn't really been around that day. Like, you know, he's kind of just been like, you know, just standing around T-posing in the dining room when he has time. But you haven't really noticed enough dominance in the base. I fucking can't. I'm fucking sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Do the cheese,
Fuck.
What have I done? I have broken this
Shit.
game again.
Okay. All right. No, I'm sorry. I got it. Okay. So, oh, shit. Okay. So there's about a day where you don't really notice Mako Sky around at all, and finally you decide to maybe dip into the armory and peep, and you finally notice off in one corner you hear just the sound of just like tink 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 tink, screw screw, you know, slide slide. No, not smooth enough. Tink tink tink. And then you walk back over, or you walk over towards that corner, and you see Secret to Tinker doing, well, some tinkering, and it's kind of dark, so you can't really tell what he's working on, until finally, coming out of the way, is Mako. Mako, how do you greet your friends? Just what gesture do you make to say hello to your friends? Just let me know real quick.
Hello?
And as you go to wave, you do that one solid, and then shwink, a blade just swings up out of your wrist area, and you're like,
He's Assassin's Creed.
and then Secret, you can just you all see this happen. You're like, You guys look over, and it's hard to tell given the mandible and not face, but you're pretty sure there is a just certified shit-eating grin on Secret's face, just
Very
like.
good.
Wolf was like, that is very cool.
That is super cool.
Well, I heard you all were sneaking into the tower
Trust
sometime
Adam.
soon, and I figured you might get your weapons confiscated. I figured it'd be reasonable for at least more than one of you, he says, indicating Wolf and his claws, to have something to defend themselves with.
The
It's
gesture
a very
is much
smart
appreciated,
decision.
as is the style.
So you have effectively the equivalent of +1 daggers as arm blades.
We
We love
The
it.
+1 is a nice detail so
There
that
you
you
go.
can
You're
stab ghosts.
Oh yeah, they are very well forged. Like they are like to the point where like you kind of like you're testing them out a little bit. Like you're kind of like just like slight shrinking. And you kind of like sense like that like there's a he kind of like built a mechanism into your glove that when you kind of flex, it kind of like either clenches or releases. So you kind of like you test out kind of like letting it like slide up and down for a bit, and then kind of just get a sense of like how quickly you could strike out with it. You kind of fall still for a bit, very 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 motionless, and then you jab forward. And as you do, the blade flies out, and there's just this very slight, just this very light humming as it just lightly vibrates. Which, for the record, if anyone wants to know the mark of a really well-made blade, if you perform a thrust and you hear that whistle, that is an incredibly well-made blade. So yeah, you kind of just like, and you've seen plenty of blades. You're a fucking thief. You know how thieves work, and you're just like, man, if these weren't like literally attached to my arms, I could make a pretty ass penny off of these things. And yeah, there's
I like
just
the idea that the mechanism wouldn't work except in Mako because like it built into his fingers.
Yeah.
Like there's hollow bits in there, and that's the only reason it works.
and yeah, so that's your magic item. If you want to just mark off like having +1, like give yourself a +1 dagger as like an attack item, we can get stats and everything, and this don't worry about that. And that's that. And I think this might be a great time now that we've had a bit of role play to grab a break, maybe, friends. How's that sound? Sound cool to you guys?
Yeah. Sounds good.
Cool. We are gonna let our players grab drinks, refreshments, bathrooms, whatever they need to do to take care of themselves. You lovely people should do the absolute same. Take a drink, go to the bathroom, look in the mirror, tell yourself how beautiful you are, and then come back here so I can tell you how beautiful you are. And we'll catch you guys in a couple minutes, maybe about 10 or so tops. All right. Love you all. Back in a little.
Bye.
We're out. welcome
I'm
back
okay.
to Neon Lights Roleplay with Seven Sons. Hi guys,
He
we're
was
back.
counting down but laughing. I didn't hear what he said.
It's okay, don't worry about it.
I mean, hey, Tate almost made me choke.
So our
my
players are back.
Ryan?
You know.
Our players are back, having
Oh,
memed and
don't say that
dreamed,
like that.
having memed, dreamed, and supremed. We can now. So they've had their sort of week-ish of important, necessary, important lore things to learn. I want to now do my favorite thing to do, where I take away my face so you can stop looking at me and focus instead on those beautiful players down there, while I simply say,
It'll be less with forth.
yeah, while I simply say, you loves have no immediate need to leave the base you've been told you can leave whenever you're ready to handle your missions as you want. I believe you all decided as a group collectively that you would pursue the whole missing scouts thing first, so you'll begin heading south for that.
Mhm.
But you still have plenty of time at the base to do whatever you want. So if there's any major or minor roleplay interactions, things you want to learn, things you want to do, anything like that before you head off on the road, I will pass the scene over to you, and I will be here. Take it away, my loves, all right?
This is the desert. We should probably prepare for a long trek and sand. Lots of sand.
We will
Oh,
be next to a river, though.
I hate sand.
Perhaps it would be better to find a boat, not a boat. Excuse me.
And at this point, she's just like, I can't even be mad at you, damn it!
Find a book.
Exactly, because I didn't mean to say that.
All right. Well, how are we in the way of supplies? Rations, water. I mean, water. We're probably fine on that one. Motions to
I
Decanter.
don't eat, so there's that.
There is
Yeah.
that.
I'm
Yes,
great
but
at supplies.
Net eats enough for you and Net, so.
Yeah.
Although Net
Also,
also hunts
just
for
to-
Net.
Also,
Just to put some
Those
perspective
are
in this,
cool.
by the way, y'all did have a Yabak that was carrying a lot of your stuff, and y'all don't have that Yabak anymore.
This is true.
gotta get your back.
So I will say,
We gotta
just to
get
make
it back.
any and all things because I just like fucking with y'all sometimes. Any money y'all had prior to the whatever I said y'all got for this mission from Shah, gone. You don't have it anymore.
I believe that we
okay.
mentioned in chat, but maybe not on stream,
Yeah.
that if it is 700, that we're saying, hey, maybe we should each get 100 and then 200 into a party pool.
Net can
Mhm.
get the rest.
We'll give it to Net.
Yeah.
Yeah, Net's
Net
Clearly.
will hold the party pool.
Need all your
We
back
trust
back.
him as our treasurer.
I trust him.
Clearly.
I trust him.
when in doubt, let Net handle it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if y'all want to mention that you guys are fucking goddamn it, Tate.
God damn it.
Fuck.
I wasn't expecting that reaction. I
No,
didn't know
Tried
it
to
fuck, that was
explain it in
so
chat,
good.
It just didn't work.
Fuck. Okay, I'm
Oh
sorry.
my
Anyway.
God.
If y'all want to mention to, I don't know, a quartermaster or to Nikali or somebody else, maybe that, you kind of lost your supplies and the thing that was carrying them, maybe that can be a thing that's dealt with.
Mhm.
That's true. I did have a question as to like what stuff we had between being captured and the back, and then also a hole being blown in the back of the ship.
Well,
How do we want to deal with that?
I would say,
I will
this is-
definitely argue for my own destruction.
yeah,
Let's go.
no, it's fine. It's totally fine. And again, I could do this the simplistic way. So here's how I'll do this. You know what? Here's exactly how I'll do this. Obviously you're in the back of the ship. God fucking damn it. So I will say this. Any gear as far as like equipped items, like things you guys would keep on you, your weapons, your things you carry on you, you guys definitely still have that. Items you would have had from like your packs, you lost. It's all gone. Any rope, tents, backpacks, things like that, all gone. But as you're kind of talking through this lack of supplies, Nikali does sort of just come by and just say, friends, I'm so sorry I haven't found the time to catch up with you all. She is not currently in her armor. She is instead just in a very, the Storm Children typically wear just like they all kind of wear these fine lighter blue cloaks. Actually, kind of the color of Nakali's, sorry, not Nakali, of Nakioe's scales. You all noticed. But she kind of just has this very, very fine silken robe of that light blue with these kind of gold vestments and sort of trinkets all about it. She has several different rings and sort of also like trinkets about her hood and things like that. Just sort of like a more the equivalent to like dressing down if you were like a fucking queen, basically. And she just approaches you all and just comes by just oh, excuse me, friends. I'm so sorry. I haven't found time to catch up with you all. How are you all getting along? I hope things have been comfortable in this damp environment.
Well, I believe that it would be Ploy who would be the most affected by this, but
He just looks. He just kind of
understanding
says,
he's left a few times.
"Yeah." Ploy just goes, just like an incredibly exasperated sigh, and the guy just says, "Yes, I understand. The lack of sunlight gets to me sometimes too."
Would it help Ploy if Wolf cuddled with him at night as just a very large warm boy? Wolf is down. He doesn't have any shame at all like that.
You know what? If Lucian's still
Makes
in
me
chat,
very happy.
if Lucian's still in chat, I'll let him make that call. But until then, I won't make that call for him. Okay? As I don't want to rob character agency from Ploy. But we'll let
This is
Lucian.
very fair.
It's more like a question of function rather than willingness.
No, I understand. It's just a matter of like.
That's fair.
I don't want to take the agency from him, so I won't make that important character decision for him. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nakala just kind of asked, she's like, "Are you all doing all right? Have you found accommodations to your liking at least?"
Works fine for me.
Sure. Yeah. Don't require too much.
Good. Again, you are all in no rush to head out or anything, but I couldn't help but notice you seem to have lost your gear on the way out. Not to worry. We have at least, well, I won't call it a stockpile. That's a bit over-exaggeratory, but we certainly have a supply of supplies, as it were. Feel free to talk with our quartermaster and gather any gear you want. The way that'll work mechanically, just so you guys know, is that effectively, I mean, this is basically just a way if you wanted to swap a pack, given that you basically are losing whatever pack you had and being able to gain any other pack you want to gain. So, at any point in time, you can look at the Adventurer's gear and gain any one of those packs. Explorers, Dungeoneers, whatever pack you want. So, I know it sounded like I was punishing you all by taking your gear, but in reality, I'm actually just giving you opportunity to switch packs if you want. There you go. Have fun.
I mean, I think I'm more gonna miss my disguise and forgery kits.
Oh, well, that's true. Yeah, I don't. They're not well equipped to have any of those on hand, but you always know there's opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's just a very good character moment of normally Wolf actually keeps quite a well-trimmed beard. In fact, I put a oil flask, steel mirror, and dagger in my inventory to say, like, yeah, he does that a lot. And every time he shifts, he has to, like, reshave because he does grow a lot of very rough hair. So right now he is looking like his normally well-trimmed beard is just very bushy, and he's just, like, not been having it. And he's like, oh, good. It would have been nice to know that. No, it's fine. I understand. He's going to go there and ask for those things, and then also an explorer's pack, if it is possible.
That's perfectly fine. Not a problem. Oh, God.
You guys okay?
Yep. We're good.
Mitch is just gonna be like, is everyone okay?
Yeah, no, we're good.
No problems here.
I can't decide if you're laughing at Dan's sad yasak
No, I just.
or bushy beard.
No, just. I'm sorry. Just the word "yasak" just does not help.
I can't focus on anything
Yasak.
happening.
I totally get that. Yep.
Please stop.
Is Mitch is just looking at everyone going like, is everyone okay?
I love the
Yeah, we're
idea.
great.
I
We're great.
really love the idea of Mako being very good with these puns, and it's like, has stand-up comedy been invented yet? Is that a thing we want to have him do one time?
Hey, listen, if not, it's a lucrative way for y'all to make some gold whenever y'all get in town. I'm just saying.
And it was at this point that Foxxii is very glad that he's not on camera right now.
Okay. Oh boy.
Anyway.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but Mitz is going to go back, re-grab another explorer's pack, and
Yep.
I mean, Mitz had held on to their 10-foot pole from when because
That's the thing that she got. It's because it was too long to go through the hole in the back of the ship. That's the only reason.
yeah.
It got stuck.
Well,
Yeah.
if we're playing a rescue mission, it might be handy to have a Burglar's pack as well, and Mako, being who he is, likes Burglar's
true.
pack.
I would also say, as just a small note, would like Wolf had a crowbar and like a bell and string and just like minor items that I thought would be useful. Would it be easy to get those?
Yeah,
back?
probably. I'd say, I mean, we can talk specifically about like certain things if we need to in the future, that's fine. But in general, yeah, things like a crowbar, some ball and string, like shit like that. Yeah, I'm sure they could finally, anything, either they have it or they can makeshift it for you, close enough.
Like a miner's pick.
Yeah, anything like that, you can find or like, you know, somebody will, you know, makeshift one that's good enough for you, you know.
Wolf shaves so that he looks presentable again. That is the thing he does immediately as soon as he has like the stuff to do it.
Yeah,
And bring these scouts.
At that point, Mitz plucks out a feather, like quickly uses Feathercrafter's tool to like make like a really cool looking like feather ornament, and it just like shoves it on Wolf's beard. There, now you look better.
Aw.
Yeah.
Now you
This
look
is
I will
very
definitely have to
good.
draw that.
Yeah, just as and you know, not maybe about a day or so after you've all taken the time to assess yourselves, gather your gear, and handle grooming habits as necessary. There is a brief moment where as you know, where Wolf is kind of just hanging out by himself, maybe walking by with a group, talking to somebody, and Shaw does walk by and just double takes real quick and just not bad, and looks by and just walks over again.
Wolf will take the compliment entirely as it's a very good feather charm because he's that kind of insecure about himself. So.
Oh, the look was up and down. It was not just at the beard.
Oh. Okay.
Hey man, when you got it, right?
He's confused.
It ain't easy macking, you feel me?
He's confused that someone attractive has complimented him, and he's like not that into it, but kind of. He's like, oh no, this person is someone I don't like, but they are generally attractive.
Oh no, I'm hot.
No, anime trope.
Well, I guess I mean, if you want, you can try to drag Mitz away from the small ruins in the center of the hideout.
Oh, we
because
should do that. Wolf promised he would help, so he will definitely be behind you researching that at all.
Ah, yes, the ruins in the middle of the base. You know what? Let's go ahead and put y'all on the base map real quick, so y'all can just see. Haven't done it all session. Why not? Let's go ahead and do that one time for y'all's sake. Cool. So yeah, you're checking out this you know what? It's because I haven't checked out the actual thing yet. Did I? Wait, no. It should have taken y'all over there. Right, because I also count as a GM for this. I'm gonna fix that when we go on our second break. Don't worry about that. Anyway, so
Hey, we're getting a second break.
yeah, we definitely have time for that. Don't y'all sweat it. So, you're at the base, and I'll go ahead and put this in the middle. And so, you know, Mitz and Wolf and Z, you guys are just kind of hanging around, investigating these sort of ruins around the center. And the first thing you can sort of get a register on is that maybe not all, but certainly part of this cavern was definitely another temple, and you get the sense that maybe this place was littered with them at some point, because given that you keep seeming to run into temples around this place. But
you have a limited number of caves, and you're in a desert. It seems to make sense that most of them would have something important in them.
Yeah, and
Who's the question?
yeah, and in that sense, as you're kind of investigating that, the first thing you're very keenly aware of is, much unlike, you know, Shahalani's Rest, which was a temple that you had been abandoned that you explored and stuff like that, you get the sense that like this has been a cave and or cavern much longer than it's been a temple. Like it went out of use or out of favor for one reason or another for a very long time before anyone came back to start using this place. You kind of could see some incredibly worn scripts, and you guys have been practicing your Sithani for a while. You've been getting pretty good at recognizing some of these some of these symbols. So the first thing that strikes you as weird is that some of these are hard to recognize. Hell, some of them even seem more like Draconic than Sithani. Like, this is a really old ruin. But there are a couple things you do notice. The first is that there are some images, and there again, some of them are really well worn. But a lot of them depict sort of these images of these very, very proud-looking warriors with these sort of twin-bladed weapons, which might look a little bit familiar, standing in this very, very proud position. And in this middle sort of section here, a lot of them are almost angled more towards the middle, where this central point, where there is this massive, large figure kind of hovering over them with this imposition of the sun behind them almost. This figure kind of has its arms wide and outstretched as it kind of like looks down on these sort of featureless individuals. And you're pretty sure, and I'll just, even though I kind of hinted at it, straight up say it for a fact, these guys, the warriors, look kind of like Torvali. Definitely. No question, especially by the weapons they look. Except, and it's hard to tell because the figures are featureless, or maybe if they weren't at some point, have just been worn down so much over time, but while the figures definitely look humanoid, you don't see the traditional, like, cobra hood you see on Sethani individuals present in like, any of these images. None of them look like Sethani. And in fact, even that imposition which you are given that these things looked like Torvala, you make the imposition that that figure overlooking them is probably a representation of, in some capacity, the god Kaltora, who they and Nakali draw power from. But much like, as mentioned with those earlier scriptures you saw with Shayada, god of death, that look much different than the way they looked in those scrolls, this depiction of Kaltora does not look like a Sethani at all, and in fact looks much different, and in fact you could guess significantly older than the sort of Sethani depictions you've seen. And that's about all you really managed to glean from this. But generally, you probably would guess this was probably a really old temple to ancient Kaltora.
Huh. Interesting.
Which, again, you probably get the assumption that, you know, it might, you guys don't really know for certain why they picked this place, whether it was chance, choice, or anything like that. But you get the sense that maybe this was at very least a convenient choice, given that, again, the power of a god is not one that wanes easily. So you imagine that a being like Nakali, who draws her strength from Kaltora, might certainly feel attuned or perhaps stronger around this area.
Okay.
I think that
Makes sense.
this older depiction does not look like Sethani. The more recent, I guess, depictions that we've come across all seem to, or at least the ones that we've seen in the scrolls. It's almost I'm wondering if they haven't done the same to the other gods and goddesses of their pantheon.
I don't know. We've only seen 2, but this could mean something.
Some kind of cultural shift?
Yeah, basically. It's almost the coming of a new age, but again, like, way expedited.
You think maybe the Emir had something, or the Emirs might have had something to do with this?
I very much
Because
think it
their
does.
word is law.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be difficult
It's either
to,
them or someone behind them doing some type of meddling.
it wouldn't
Roll
be
a
too
history
difficult
check to
steer them.
understand how fascist dictators operate. Okay.
The part where
Totalitarianist regimes.
I
That's
mean,
what we
if
need to know
y'all,
more about.
I'm joking, but do that if you want.
Okay, let's go.
I really want
Let's go on a
Wolf to
tangent.
do well on this one thing. It would be very funny.
Aw,
Ain't it
so
too bad?
close.
rides tears.
So
Let's-
yeah, I would say,
Correct.
and you know what? I'll even let our Wolfie boy partake in this, given that I think, damn, okay, yeah. So y'all kind of piece this together in steps. Wolf, you make the first idea of like, okay, well, listen, if we keep seeing imagery of the gods made to look like, well, for lack of a better term, the dominant people here, maybe there's some implication on like the,
Yeah,
you know, the maybe
I
they
think
did
Wolf
it.
would have a very, Wolf would have a very clear understanding of the dynamics of the people in charge, and it looks like the people in charge. He's like, yeah, that seems like an abuse of power of some kind.
Yeah, this is like
I don't know about history, but I can smell an asshole when I see one.
this is
Yeah.
this is and then and like so that happens. Z, you kind of take that a step further, and again, you reference back to that idea of like the time scale for how the imagery of these gods shifting doesn't seem proper or right in like with the change over time. And granted, this image of Kaltora you see before looks like it maybe was definitely significantly older, like older than any changes could have been made to the image of the god in a very long time. So you get the sense that maybe this temple is like a lot older than any of the other ones you've been in for a while. You kind of put that together. And then Mitz, you solidify that thought on just like you in all your time and your writings and studies, you recall the time of the Chen Fei revolution, where these really posh, noble, bread-eating weirdos had some revolution against their monarch, and then some short dickhead came by and started trying to like become his own despotic monarch weirdo. And this despotic weirdo, whose name was Copernicus Malachite, had this great quote. Wherein he said, the purpose of religion is to keep the poor from devouring the rich, effectively. And you bring up that quote, actual Napoleon quote, by the way.
Eat the rich. Eat the rich.
And so Mitz,
Eat a little sauce, it'll be fine.
Mitz, you realize the Dominion more. You kind of put you scroll it out. You put it all together. The Dominion, the Emir, whoever they were, somehow influenced a rapid cultural shift wherein they convinced everyone, or whether either through just authoritarianism or cultural shift, that their gods took on images that looked more like them for the purposes of enforcing, for lack of a better term, state religion. Which you would know is probably one of the best tools of enforcement for authoritarian regimes. Looking at you, evangelicals.
Anyway.
Not to mention, it's pretty easy for an incredibly powerful Emir to silence any dissenters or disappear them.
You also would certainly be aware that in a state that if you can bind the idea of religion to a state, it makes it significantly easier to dismiss, downplay, and some might even say legitimize the horrific actions a certain state might take, as one can simply say that critique of that state is critique of that religion.
Yeah. Or justify it through religion. That's a...
Well, that's
So there are some writers out there that use subtext. They're all fucking cowards. Free Palestine, by the way. Anyway, I'm gonna stop hot taking now. Y'all go ahead. I'm so fucking sorry.
Well, Mitz is disturbed, like just a little bit with this revelation. I mean, like Mitz lives in a city where, like, religion and like state government like are kind of like have like their own kind of balance of power, especially because, well, Coatl folk is descended from divine. So like this is like seeing this in action and also abused is very unsettling for her.
Wolf not really, maybe picking up on that, but not a lot, would be like, yeah, see, this is why my people don't do gods.
Like,
puny god.
Can't do much about can't do much about that when you're descended from one. It's like, I appreciate it though, Wolf.
I don't even like God. Okay, God's my dad. Fuck you. Like,
it's like, I know they exist. I just don't believe in them. It'd be like believing in the milkman or the garbage man.
I don't believe in my dad either. So.
No, I imagine druidic cultures especially. Yeah, I imagine druidic cultures especially. They are more of a naturalist worship that doesn't focus on the individual being. So Wolf is very much like, yeah, this is God shit.
This is God shit.
Like, well, we've seen what happens to some states when that happens, or at least when someone goes too far. It's an interesting time when they try to justify it. And it's like thinks back on like a story that her dad told of like carrying out an assassination plot against specifically one person who had actually done this in a city, and it's just like, well, that was the political fallout to that one was not great.
That mean we're gonna get to be part of a story like that? That sounds great. Wolf is like kind of excited. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds good.
I mean, it was a great story. It's like really exciting. It's a but
They'll make a play based off of what we do here. It'll be great.
It's like, but
We're going
pretty
viral,
sure Dad
guys.
never talked about any of the prep work, the not so great parts. I mean, like, you know.
You mean like building an army? That thing you guys should be working on doing?
Yeah.
So we're going to free some scouts.
That too.
Yeah.
That's the start of it. An army
We are
needs
gonna
scouts, right?
go.
Also the
We
plus
got our
side.
Yeah,
supplies.
Yeah, if we have supplies, Wolf does want to figure out what his weapons do, but we can do that on the road. So, like, it's still just axes. It's fine.
Yeah.
They will still function as axes.
Yeah.
They will also
Uh,
kind of
It's also an axe.
Like phases through stuff.
train a bit to get used to fighting with two hands.
I mean, Mitz is the least idea of what the heck
Dual wielding.
her circlet does, but she can talk with Z and
Yeah.
on the journey.
It's a scale of Ploy has the most understandable weapon,
Gun.
Yeah.
magic item,
That thing
and
Gun.
Mitz has the least.
Gun. Anyway.
I pull this trigger, thing dies. Done.
I mean,
End of
okay.
equation.
So, as you are mounting up, gearing up, and preparing to head out, you got all your stuff, packed away and ready to get moving.
So who's carrying the conch?
Oh yeah, the shell you guys have to contact with to make contact with Nikali if you need to. Which one of you would like to be carrying that?
Wolf's logic would be either him because biggest or Mako because sneakiest.
Mako can probably stow it somewhere, although I don't
Decided
think I
on
can
that.
actually use it, seeing as I don't have long.
That's true. Maybe we don't.
You don't have an ear to hear with.
Yeah, you don't blow into it. You talk into it like a phone. It's a shell phone.
Oh, so it's like a magic
yeah.
couch.
Yeah, it's a
It's
it's
a magic
a
conch.
shell phone. It's a shell phone.
You did this to yourself, Foxy.
I'm in so much
It could have
fucking,
been any other item.
You
Like,
could
it's
have
not
very
a
sending
shell.
stone, man.
I'm in so much fucking
Mitz-
pain right now, guys. I've never wanted to
Yeah.
retcon something so
Pull
bad
out
in my
the
fucking
shell
life.
phone.
I don't do retcons to GM. I've never wanted to retcon something so fucking bad in my life, guys. I've never in my life wanted to retcon an item so fucking bad.
Because the magic conch say.
Okay.
It's full
Your
of magic
SMR, Foxy.
shell
Oh, magic conch.
It
Okay,
passes
so
passes
as you're
into
gathering
Mako.
yourselves for the day to head out on the road, Joshua Alkami does come on over and notice you guys, as he is also he's mounted on a wyvern. As you see him as you make your way out, he rides by mounted on a large wyvern. Actually, believe it or not, although some of them do kind of look like they're interspersed, you do notice that Joshua is definitely riding the same wyvern he was on last time. No question, it's probably his. So he kind of just pulls up. He stops in front of you all and just says, "Heading out then. Shame. I wanted to borrow the scaly one," and he points directly at Ploy. And he just says, "We're sending a scout party out to get some hunting done. Bit of foraging. Thought maybe we could trade techniques." And before any of you can say anything in affirmation or protest, Ploy's face just lights up. And he just bolts on over to the hops on the wyvern. Net hops on the back of one as well, just kind of like clutches himself on tight to the back of one. He just says, "Okay, guys, I'll see you guys in a little bit." And he just
Wait, but like
Right.
communication made up.
And so Joshua does kind
can
of
find
indicate
it.
down
It's
and say
fine.
like, "Your map for a moment, if you don't mind." Does Ploy
Wait.
have the map? Actually,
I think pretty sure Ploy has the map.
Ploy has the map.
But
Cool,
like
got
Mitz
it.
has a copy
so
on.
So he'll take the map from Ploy then and just open it up, and he will. Let me go ahead and take y'all back to the old travel map real quick. I really gotta disable myself being a GM on this at some point. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Everything's fine. So he does indicate a point about here-ish, about right there. It says.
Okay.
Aha.
Yeah, he says, it says, given that we'll be taken to the air, our scouts can rendezvous with you for later, and I can bring you back your friend. I hear you're heading on some important mission, so it's best. I don't want you all to be waiting around for us, so feel free to head out, and we can rendezvous here-ish. We'll say maybe in a few days' time. If we arrive early, we'll just wait on you all. We'd appreciate
There's
that,
no
a lot,
delay.
obviously.
Well, I could find him anyways, but
Yeah. He just says, "All right then," and he said, the two of them just kind of begin to banter back and forth about different creatures they've hunted and techniques they have, ways they fashion their nets and things like that. You just kind of hear this babbling going off as the wyverns take off and ascend. towards the heavens, off towards the sun, towards the the high sun, and guys are out. It is probably decently early-ish in the morning. Sun's definitely up, cresting over the high dunes of the horizon, and it is officially on to you guys to move. And so typically the way this works is you can get about a hex a day. And so what I'd like to have happen is I need a D20 from Mako. I need a D8 from Zenari and Emirs. And I need a D6 from Wolf. Please, and thank you. 11. 6.
4.
4.
6.
Wait, no. It's
4.
Okay, so you start traveling for a while, and you get and the day starts to wane on. First thing you notice as you crest it doesn't feel too bad. You spend about a few hours passing. It gets to about noon, maybe about 3 or 4 hours of just simple traveling along the dunes. And you've all traveled in hotter environments before, so you all know the basics of pacemaking and stopping for water and not drinking all your water in one sip, even if you're thirsty, because then you'll just dehydrate yourself and die, and then you don't want to die out here. And you carry through about 3 or 4 hours of decently paced walking, and then the sun fully crests over those dunes, and by fuck is it hot today. Yeah, it's just like it is. There is a lancing rays of heat upon you all, and you sort of have a choice to make here. You can definitely slow your pace a bit to accommodate for what you're pretty certain will be the extra bits of effort you have to put in, or you can keep the current pace you're at and worry about pushing yourselves a little.
I mean, Mitz is fine here. Like, Mitz is used to pretty hot temperatures, but she's gonna look a little weirdly over to Wolf and be like, Wolf, are you okay in this weather? Like, like, a little uncertain because of the fur, and is like, how do warm-blooded people deal with this?
Yeah, definitely to be clear, Wolf is mostly just a person with, like, a very small tail when he's not shifted. He's a hairy dude. He's not covered in fur until he shifts.
Reasonable.
But saying that, he grew up in, like, a much more farther north forest type of environment. And, yeah, he's not doing so great, I would imagine, in this kind of heat. He's like, I don't know. At least 2 of us need maybe a little more water. I shouldn't assume. Mako, actually, maybe you need water, too. But,
It's gonna pull out the,
like, to keep your leather from messing up. Yeah, he was gonna say, it's like, can't you do something with that?
pulls out
Water
the decanter,
fountain thing? Yeah.
just stream, and just like this like a full gallon of water just sprays right in an arc over like you and Zenari.
Aww.
Yes, please.
Bliss, beautiful misting. It's like when you're in line at like Six Flags or something, and they have like the fans with the mist blowing. Just like you're just like, oh, good, yes, that's good. It's one of those. I fuck with that. So
One day we'll go to an amusement park again.
soon, very soon, friends.
Yeah.
So you travel for a while, and you make some decent pacing. It's not too bad. Your pacing is okay. It gets to about, let's say, cresting maybe 1 in the afternoon. Just passing the noon. So right past the sort of hottest point in the day, when you start to feel some wind gusting at you. And at first it feels just beautiful, just a blissful gust of just fresh, refreshing breeze all through all of your pores and skins. Those of you that have it. But, and there's about
Mako's just like,
10-20 minutes of just feeling this good breeze when suddenly, Mitz, you start getting this twitch in like the back of your nose, like that just like sand just got in it, and you're almost certain what that feeling usually means, given your quadrifocal ability to be attuned to the weather a bit before it happens. There's a sandstorm coming.
Mitz immediately goes, sandstorm. What do?
You can kind of feel you probably have about 10-20 minutes out, maybe about a half an hour tops.
Can Mitz tell anything about like direction or?
It is coming from the east and blowing towards the coast.
Okay. Guys, we got a sandstorm coming in from the east, and I don't know about you, but I feel like it's gonna hit in like 10-ish minutes, maybe if we're lucky.
Oh,
I don't know about you guys, but like I think I'd want to avoid getting more sand and sand and sand.
I agree.
Mhm.
Is there
Hey,
any way
Pam.
we can cover or go fast?
Hmm.
Outpace this.
I think Wolf is probably the best at survival here. I don't actually know. It's entirely possible one of you guys has more points into that, but he's got like a 4 or 5, so I feel like he would end
Hmm.
up taking point with Ploy not here.
Probably.
How high does the average
If you,
sandstorm like go? Sorry.
Yeah, it really depends on regionality and wind intensity. Mitz, you feel like the one you have brewing up on you is bad, but not like, oh god, we're gonna die, sandstorm. It's probably gonna go up about maybe a good 20 or so feet. It's a storm. Like it's gonna billow this cloud of dust and shit at you.
Yeah,
In
like
Arizona, they
it's
usually get
bad,
like
but
100
like
feet tall at least.
yeah, it's not like flaying bad. Like wind's gonna like
Mhm.
literally strip the bone, like the meat off your bones. But this feels pretty a wall of sand like.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think Wolf would very particularly be like, I don't think that we should try and travel through that. It'd be very easy to get lost, and we don't have our resident very good at finding where we're going person.
Mm.
I'm gonna make shelter, and I think his plan is basically, if he needs to, he will grow his own claws to do this.
Mm-hmm.
But like, find some kind of hill or embankment and dig into the side of it, and then try and just take like the tarp he has in the explorer's pack, and just make a little shelter into like the side of a thing that can be covered up in front.
Okay. Does anybody want to help out with this?
I would
Yeah.
love
I'll
to give guidance on that. I will cast that as a cantrip.
Nice.
Yeah, and I assume this is
Make that
survival.
D4.
Yeah, it's survival.
Alright.
Mitz is gonna soak the tarp in water and then use shape water to freeze it in place.
Never mind, Mako gets it because he has the same bonus as Wolf and got a crit.
Damn, son. Yeah, so
Good
like
situation.
Wolf, you with claws and Mako with just metal hands, just dig into a solid dune embankment, carving out a solid sort of, almost kind of diamond like hovel in this sort of encampment full of like snow and sand. You cut sort of deep enough that like there's sandstone above you, not so much just sand. You then you pin a tarp up with some pittons, so it stays so your pitons, so it stays in place. And then using the combination of decanter and freeze water, it becomes just a solid, almost like wall as you all get inside. And yeah, about maybe no more than like 5 or so minutes after that, you can just hear this roaring wind, and maybe even like just the bits of flex as like sand traveling too fast just eats at this like frozen tarp for a bit, just tears at it for a while. Thankfully,
I think Wolf would also use his immovable rod to make sure it stays there, just in the bottom of the tent. Be like, nope, we're not going nowhere.
Yeah, and it definitely stays in place, no question. The sandstorm doesn't blow anywhere near intently enough to like knock down frozen and held in place with a literal immovable rod. I guess
Not actually
shelter.
immovable. It's
Yeah,
like
so
1,000 pounds or something.
yeah, so because of that, the sandstorm passes decently fast, about another maybe half hour, 45 minutes or so. Is there anything you guys want to do, or what are you guys up to while you're waiting it out? Anything?
Are we
conversation.
traveling on our own,
sorry.
or do we have any of the resistance fighters with us?
You're by yourselves.
Okay. Anyone for cards?
I think there's not a lot of conversation. Wolf isn't good at it, and he hasn't wanted to intrude, but he's like, would like to learn how to speak another language. He knows Common and Druidic, and that's it.
Well, Mitz is definitely still curious about the circlet, but isn't sure if they have enough time to, I guess
You
delve
never know
into
what
it.
it does. For all you know, it makes like a 30-foot sphere of "Don't touch me," and then we accidentally blow up the tent.
I mean, last thing that Mitz did was like talk to her mom literally like thousands of miles away.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. If you
Like-
want to give me an Arcana roll, Mitz, to sort of maybe get a sense of what this circlet is more, to study it for a bit. Let's say you have time enough for maybe like a half an hour solid of study.
I mean, it's either that or like try to teach Wolf some.
Yeah, like
Try
we'd just
another
be
language.
going over like
More
Sithani
difficult
vocab cards.
Yeah, just
It's
doing
just
basically-
flashcards.
Yeah.
I mean, if he was going to pick one, it would either be very useful to learn Sithani, or to learn a language that one or two of you guys know that none of them will know.
Would they know Primordial though? Because like they might know Draconic,
Yeah.
or at least some.
It's up to you.
since-
In your experience,
Funny
it
is-
seems like they might be able to get some root words out of Draconic, but that's definitely not a commonly spoken language.
Yeah, I don't know. What about Elvish or something? No one here knows
I
how to
do
speak
know Elvish.
Hey, Mitz will sit in that because Mitz does not know Elvish.
Fair enough. All right, so you start doing about a half an hour of gentle, Elvish vocabulary, basic things. I don't know. I don't speak Elvish, so I'm not gonna fucking bother. But you do about a half an hour of that, just simple basic stuff. And Mitz, while you're doing that, if you want to go ahead and roll like Arcana or something to get a sense of how your circlet works.
13. Not great.
So with a 13, it's hard to kind of attune into it with the the non-quiet of Wolf trying to learn Elvish. But with sort of that 13, you take some time to sort of try to just I guess like kind of feel out the magical presence of this circlet you're wearing about your head. And you feel within it your own innate well of magical energy feels personable, very close, like within you. You feel inside of this gem another well of magic, not as deep. Well, it's tough because you touch something for a brief minute, for a brief period. You touch this almost infinite well of magic, just this ever expanding, ever stretching plane of magical energy out across every sense of yours for the briefest of instants. It's too much for you, though, and you pull yourself back, kind of curiously wondering if maybe you could just dip into that, touch it almost. And as you kind of do so, in a figurative sense, it feels natural, warm, like it belongs to you almost.
And this is different from like when Mitz like is like talking with Nga and like accessing their own bond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's much different. In fact, your sort of Coatl folk myth holds that mages are typically held to a slightly higher, like a standard, or slightly higher social standing than non-mages amongst the Coatl folk, given your innate ties to divine magic and stuff like that. But there's a belief that sort of there is this collective pool of, I guess, spiritual energy that you all pull from when you're born, that comes from your creator being, your god, your ancestor, that upon death you all return to and become part of as this great collective. You're pretty sure you just touched that. Mechanic-wise, you can use an action on the ring to consume a charge to regain a spell slot. It's one charge for each level of the spell slot you do. You have 4 total charges, and you regain all our charges at dawn, at dawn. Yeah.
Huh.
And don't worry,
That means
I have these all written in the GM notes for your. I have these all written in the GM notes for your items, so I'll pass them into the regular notes at some point today, just so you're aware. But yeah, you kind of get the sense that like this circlet ties you a bit closer to that infinite pool of Coatl folk magic and lets you kind of just like replenish your own reserves a bit with it if you need to.
At this point, Mitz is feeling a little curious. Is like, I wonder if I can talk with any of these people in here. I did talk to my mom.
Maybe.
My mom's not dead yet. So
I'm not dead yet.
Not dead yet. Yeah, you definitely have that thought, but it's kind of like as you're having that thought that the sandstorm is ending, sort of, and you guys kind of decide like, all right, you can probably pretty comfortably head on out. Not that much time has passed. I imagine you just shape water again, to make sure it's all, or just move the rod and punch the tarp really hard. I don't know, however you want to do it. Whatever the case, the tarp comes down.
Wolf gets a 1 in trying to learn Elvish.
No. Well, you start speaking like goblin somehow. you say a word and he's just like, no, that's goblin. I'm pretty sure. Anyway.
It's probably a swear word. But...
We'll come back to this later.
He just tries it multiple times, and every time it's a word of a different language.
Just a different language. Just
Smartest
just
Steve.
how did you speak a word in Griffin? You know, nope, can't do this. Anyway, so yeah, so
I have a brother who speaks giant elf.
Infernal?
So you collapse this this sort of your shelter, and you head on back out. Sandstorm abated. You travel for, I'd say, about another roughly, let's say, give me 1 second actually as I check something. Yeah, actually, the rest of the day passes pretty much without incident. Thankfully, with the sandstorm, does leave that gentle rustle of wind continuing for the next couple of hours, so it's at least slightly more bearable for the rest of the day, Wolf. And you travel about your full distance. You aren't really held up too long by that sandstorm. So you get to about here as you make camp for the evening. Is there anything you guys want to do as you make camp for the night? Anything you want to check out real quick, or do you want to just carry on to the next day?
An alarm bell.
Fair enough. Alarm spell's up. That's nice. That's okay.
Now, this is all sand dunes, or is there a certain amount of scrubland here?
There's a little tiny barest bit of scrub here. Just a little bit of grass here or there. But it's getting more sparse as you're heading south.
Yeah, if we're close enough to like a river or something like that, I don't know how much you want us to RP like getting supplies, but Wolf has a hunting trap that I imagine is like just a really heavy duty like snare that he'd set up near the water if he can find like animal tracks, just to be like, yeah, we gotta have supplies.
Why don't you go ahead and give me a
Survival again?
Survival. Yeah, survival's cool.
A fresh meat tonight.
Fresh meat.
Nope, not finding any of that.
Oof. Yeah.
Or not.
You leave the
Don't
trap
say.
for a couple hours. You come back around dinner time, and you see some like flecks of meat. You're pretty sure belong to some kind of small furred creature. You're like, damn, I probably could have roasted that up right up. You're pretty sure that your trap worked, and you trapped this thing for some other creature to come by and eat at some point. Gotta be quicker than that.
Free real estate.
It's free real estate.
Sad ration bars, I guess.
Yeah, just
10%.
sad
Dried
ration bars
fruit.
for y'all. Just sad dried rations for y'all for the evening. Unfortunately, they're filling, just not very tasty.
Just
They
not
mostly a taste of salt.
Yeah, mostly just salt. The gross salted meat and stuff. But, hey, it's like jerky, whatever. Point being, that day passes, and you are on to the next day. And this time, I will take care of the rolling for things. Oh, you guys got lucky. Holy fuck. So yeah,
Hey.
you continue to move. There is effectively nothing going on. Just some general, pretty much normal day. It's a little bit
Question.
another that light breeze from the sandstorm definitely passed, but there's definitely some kind of like gentle nor'easter breezing in from the north that's kind of passing around over you guys and providing a nice even savanna breeze through this like the light trees and grass you guys have today. But as you move a bit more south, you are starting to see a lot less savanna plains and a bit more arcing sand dunes that you're kind of moving back towards the desert at large. The next day, similarly, this is because you guys pretty much rolled for well enough for about 3 days of straight travel with no issues. I just gotta tell you guys that.
Although really
so yeah,
quick.
just
Although really quick. We know the tower is at one point just to the east of us, and it was marked on our map. Is that something that we maybe saw at a great distance, or would it be too far still?
It's a bit far because this is about about a day's travel, so it's a little bit far.
Yeah.
But you definitely you kind of get the sense of like if we were going to go that way, there's a point where you're like, all right, we probably turn here and head that way from there.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, no problem, of course. So yeah,
I'll throw Mako in the air so we can see farther.
so about 2 or 3 days of travel pass. It's 2 or 3 days of gentle time traveling and passing. As you come to here, you are currently traveling over some very gentle dunes, and I have to pull up a map for this that I currently can't pull up as I have my account still registered as a GM on this. So here's what's gonna happen. It's the next day. You guys break camp. You are sort of at this point. You are now sort of deep in the dunes. Save of sparse patch of grass here or there, it is mostly just sand. It's coarse and rough and gets everywhere. But and you break camp now. You're sort of packing up you're readying your meals for the day. You thankfully managed to have some better luck with hunting over those next couple of days, rather than so you managed to secure some pretty solid meat. You actually get really, really lucky in that you kind of put a trap out by the river, and you get lucky in that it comes back, and even though it wasn't really designed to hold a beast this big, you have it kind of come down on the jaw of a Sarlisk. And it's a big one, about a 9 or so foot long, effectively a crocodile with twin tails. And it's like you come over and like it's just like snatching its head back and forth, but like the wound, the way it's impacted into its head, you are certain that not only is it not getting away, it's probably just in pain. So you do the reasonable thing. You put out of its misery, and as the cycle of life goes on, you get lucky, and you have a solid slathering of Sarlisk meat for you and your friends to cook up and enjoy. And I don't know if y'all ever had gator. It's fucking good.
It's very good.
Okay?
Gator's pretty good.
Gator's fucking great.
Yeah.
So, you had some effectively...
He's not proficient in this, but he would love to try and tan this. He knows that he's not the one to do this, but I don't think anyone else has leatherworking or the ability to do it. He's like, Chloe's not here, and he would love this.
Are you just trying to get, like, the pelt?
Yeah,
rest in peace, Toby. Rest in peace, Sand Toby.
Sand Toby. Oh my god. Sand Thundertail.
Oh no.
Oh, I broke him. Oh no.
Nope.
Oh, no,
So what we're gonna do is, before I bring y'all to this next map, I'm gonna have us go on one more tiny break real quick, just about 5 to 7 minutes. Again, players quick bathroom break if you gotta use the lavatory and things like that. Audience, the same deal. Do as you must. Offer a prayer and an F in chat for Sand Toby. Rest in peace. And we'll catch y'all in a couple minutes, all right?
All right.
Hello.
Everybody,
Hurry
we're
back.
back. Did you miss us? What's up? How we doing? Okay, our players just woke up and broke camp. Ploy's not with them, but they're out in the dunes. Hey, Tate, you want to have Wolf roll
Yeah?
perception for me real quick?
Perception.
Like right now.
Perception.
Perception. Did it not go? Oh, it went.
It went.
Hold up, let me
Ooh.
get it right.
Wow. All right. Wolf's doing himself a good sniff.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so you're hanging out, Wolf, and you kind of notice, like, the first thing you notice is like some shifting in the dunes not too far from you, which typically indicates that something in the sands is probably moving. And you look up at the top of this here yonder dune, and you see just this little bugger, just a little lizard, not a tall one, a lizard about maybe 2.5, 3 feet tall tops, and like it just peeks its head up. It looks over at you. Looks up, looks around, and you hear a ah, ah, and just a very, very loud cry. And give me a second.
Oh, how could you betray us, cute little lizard?
And one or two more pop up.
Yeah, I think Wolf's immediate reaction was like, I have some jerky here. Can I make this thing a pet? And then it does this, and he's like,
Oh no, it's just a couple, just a
I'm sus.
couple little ones show up. They look
You cute.
at you all. How do you respond to seeing these three little guys?
Wolf is not
Still
threatened
think I
yet.
still think like he's a little sus, but it's like if we wanted to offer rations, I would be okay with it.
No, I think Wolf, as soon as he sees many of them, would want to maybe understand more about them. Again, using this woodsman feature, if I should roll survival or not on that.
Feel free. Go ahead.
Because like this is immediately like, is this a pack animal? That would be easier to tame, but may also be problems.
You were
Wow.
absolutely right. It's a pack animal.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, and hold up.
I'm so scared. Foxxii has dinosaurs on the board.
A few more show up, and then another cry,
Yeah.
and a
Are
few
we
more show
surrounded?
up,
We're surrounded.
Wonder where this could be going.
I don't
then a few
like
more.
it.
and then a few more,
But they're so cute.
They're so cute, and I hate
and
that
then a
they're
few
so
more.
cute.
Purple. Summon dinosaurs.
And then a few more.
Who's got the AoE spells?
Hey, babies, you want to give me some initiatives?
Way ahead of you.
But
Hold
they're
on. Wait,
so
hold on. Wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait, wait,
want
wait.
to kill
Wait,
them.
wait, wait,
They're
wait.
too
Yeah, give him a second.
cute.
Give him a
Okay,
second.
okay, it's cleared. Mako, you're in there.
Okay, of course I get a fucking 9. No. Damn it. I had a
The
plan.
Wolf is prepared.
The blissful 22.
Mitz and Zier are at the same.
Let me
I had a
Mitch and Steve are
plan,
ready
and
to
I'm
feed
all
this
the way
thing,
in
and
the
Wolf
back.
is like,
This is
not good.
fine.
Oh no. Wait, Z, what's your dex?
+2, so
Oh,
you're
look,
going
they
ahead
didn't
of
do that
me.
great. You're fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold up. Let me put this in the right order. Descending, which means our big furry boy is up first.
I mean, it's definitely obvious that they're about to attack. I just want to be sure on that. 'cause
Yes,
we're rolling
they
initiative.
look hungry.
Yeah, okay. It's like, this isn't great. Yeah, I think Wolf is going to definitely rage, but also, do I have all that croc meat in a bag?
You do have some. No, that was the other day. Sorry. You do probably still have some. Probably. Yeah, I'll say you have some. Why not? Why not? Go for it. What do you want to do? You have some.
Yeah, then Wolf's plan is to pull that out and throw it in this direction.
How much? Okay, so I'd say you have roughly about 5 solid pounds of croc meat left because you killed a pretty big one. How much of that croc meat are you throwing?
I don't think it's reasonable to assume that Wolf has separated the meat into different bags and he is acting quickly.
So you are throwing the entire sack.
He doesn't. He's moving quickly. That's all he's got.
Okay.
He has a bag that is meat that he is trying to cure for
So-
food, and that's it.
Here's what happens. You
Mhm.
pick up this big old sack of meat and you huck it over here.
Mhm.
These 5 and these 5 shoot their gaze over to it.
Perfect plan. And then Wolf is probably going to. Well, I need to actually see how far I can move. Oh, easy. Okay. Yeah, then I think Wolf's plan then is to get here. He's raged and activated his claws for extra attacks.
Mm-hmm.
But he has drawn his axe because he wants to figure out what this is.
You feel an unerring swell of confidence within you.
Mhm.
Like nothing out here, not these raptors, not your pithy fucking friends, nothing can stop you right now. You're untouchable, you feel.
Only Chavez will just pick up the menu now.
Yeah.
Mako!
Yeah, so then Wolf,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know, that's all he can do, so he's just gonna bellow, basically. He's still got human vocal cords, so it sounds like a person, but just...
Okay, Mako.
All right. So, would they be considered distracted from the crocodile meat?
These 5
Yeah.
and these 5, absolutely. Like, you move a little bit, and like you can see these ones over here, and these ones over here, and these ones over here are like following y'all. These 10 are just staring at that crocodile meat, just eyes locked.
Okay. Mako moves about 10 feet to get into position. He draws his crossbow and he takes aim at this one over here.
Roll to hit.
So I gotta get my character sheet up. Damn it.
Oof. So yeah, you come out, you shoot a crossbow bolt. And weirdly enough, they're all kind of looking at the meat. This one here kind of has you in its periphery and sees you pull that crossbow bolt up, and right before you pull the trigger, you hear ah! And that one you shot at just hops backwards right as the shot goes by it.
It's like a meerkat.
Anything else?
They're like meerkats, except
Adorable little
Carnival.
meerkats.
They're reptilian. I love it. I don't want to kill them.
Also, you notice after taking that shot, these 5 are not looking at that meat anymore.
Uh-oh.
All right, then I get back. I move closer to the other party members to get into position.
I would like to suggest that the meat landed there.
Okay, that's fine.
Perfect. A good meat pile.
Let's see. Let me get a quick little ruler out, if you don't mind. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I built this encounter all right. So yeah, these 5, you just see them just break into a dash, just feeding frenzy swarm around this sack of meat, for lack of a not as crass term. And they just devour. Only those 5 go. These 5 over here? No. Again, this one right here, and they just start beelining right over here to you, Mako.
All right.
They're going to be very disappointed if they end up killing him.
They're gonna be very disappointed when they bite me.
Give me a second. I need to just see. Yep.
Oh, this is fine.
Yeah,
Here. Give me a little bit more because I have a lot of these things to move, and I'm sorry. This is what I get for doing this to myself. Okay, cool. They can go about there-ish. Boop. Actually, this one, in case I can't do anything, this one will dash to here. This one will dash, or I guess we'll dash to about here. Coming up here, and here, and there. Huh?
Chat can't see the
Wait,
tokens.
why can't they? What the? Huh?
I mean, I'm
Oh,
also
yeah.
looking at the
Oh, wait, now they can. I fixed it. It's because it's fucking goddamn it. Anyway, Here. There we go.
That's a shock.
I fixed it. Sorry. Hi, they're bad. There
Yeah,
are
see,
raptors
look
now,
what
chat.
we
There
were
you go.
dealing with. I'm scared.
And yeah, this, yeah, right here and right there. And then these 5 will just kind of like, because I'm super lazy right now. I'm going to be honest with
Yeah,
you.
they have burrowing speed. It's fine.
They just, no, they just kind of, they just pop here. Yeah. And then these 5 here. Just kind of go here using this thing as cover. All right. So here's what's going to happen. First things first. Well, that one dashed, so it's okay. This one here is not going to focus on Z. Instead, 1, 2, and 3 all begin to set their sights on you, Mako, and I need you to make for me, as soon as I hit the button, a strength saving throw.
Strength.
Uh-oh.
They're gonna try and knock you over.
They,
They kick you down. They have advantage at shit.
Oh shit, that's my fault.
What?
No, it's okay. I gotta do the There we go.
Rolls a 2. I'm sorry, Mako.
Oh.
There you go. So Mako, these 3 raptors, although they're only about 3 feet tall, all 3 of them leap on you, and with just the weight of like their foot claws and their pressure on you, just bowl you over. You are now pinned. So you are effectively grappled and knocked prone.
Okay.
And I need you to take 15 piercing damage.
Oh boy.
And Wolf, I'm gonna need that same dex save from you.
Mean strength.
Next.
Sorry, strength save, yeah.
At least you have advantage from being raging.
You sure do.
It's true.
Yes, I do. All right. I'm also much
You're
better
good.
at it.
So you only take half that. So you just take 5, and you are not prone or anything like that.
Although then actually I take 3 because I'm raging.
That's true. You take because you're rage. So you take even less than that. So yeah, Mako, you get knocked to the ground by these 3 raptors who are all kind of just like trying to nibble and most of these them trying to like gnash away your armor so as to like get at what they assume to be some fleshy bits. But these 3 wolf are just kind of like all trying to leap at you, and you're just kind of batting them aside, swatting them away as they move.
Stop it.
And yeah, that's about all they've got. Mitz, you're up.
Oh, okay. Mitz is okay. Mitz is gonna, I guess, make an enemy of herself.
What you casting?
That's with her casting. Yeah. And is going to cast Fireball right here.
Fireball.
Okay. Is there a saving throw they take for
That is
fireball?
a dex save.
Dex save,
Yeah,
and they
it's a-
take it's half damage if they fail.
Yes.
You-
And if
You gather
and-
up. So yeah, go ahead and cast the spell if you don't mind. Go ahead and press the spell button if you want.
there's where's my Fireball button? Cast at level
So, yeah.
3.
And you can tell us what that looks like. What it looks like. How you gathering up this. Tell us what this looks like.
Well, Mitz kind of like pulls her claws together, and like you can see like a sort of like a weird like magic mandala, kind of like just like pull apart, in between her claws, and then she just like doesn't say anything, just throws it, at the location, and it erupts in a giant flaming.
Okay,
arc.
Yasaka Magatama. I see we're copying Naruto moves around here. No problem. That's fine. Anyway, yeah. So you
just
gather up this
shut
huge
up.
ball
Hammer,
of fire.
dude. Come on.
Yeah. So you gather this huge ball of this mandala of fire in your hand, and you kind of just cast it at these raptors. There is a huge cascading wave of flame and dust, and as the dust and all the sand settles away, there's a patch of glass over here, and not much else.
Okay.
Anything else?
Powerful.
Mitz is gonna move a little closer to Z just in case Z needs a little bit of defending.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna need it.
You were the one who nearly died twice the last time we were ambushed.
That did happen.
It's okay,
Z needs to
Mitz.
be near
It'll be
you.
fine.
Speaking of Z,
it'll be
Big Z,
fine.
hit it up.
Hey, okay. So, actually, let me
Ready?
see what the
Okay.
material component was for this. Hold on.
Am I getting
All right.
listed things?
Yeah.
I
She is going to take out a bit of fleece from her spell components pouch, and it's not really a sheet. It looks more like just like some cotton balls that kind of got torn up, and she's going to blow it out towards this direction, this beautiful 20-foot by 20-foot cube that is there, and cast Major Image. And the image that she's going to project are just
Giant
these
lizard.
like super vulnerable looking cows that just look so meaty and great to attack instead of us.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Is there a save I have to take for that?
They
I
can,
believe it's
on their
intelligence, no
turn,
mistake.
they can make a check to see if they see through it. If not, they have to spend their action to like just interact with it, and then they're like, "Oh, okay."
Okay, no problem. Anything else you want to do?
Yeah, I will choose my bonus action to determine a tail real fast.
Story time.
So that is a D8, but let me pull up the table because I don't remember what it is. Oh my gosh. Spirits real fast. So one time I did not have this material up.
You got
There
it.
we go.
Take your time. I believe in you.
Come on, please.
That'll be fun. Yeah.
Come on, roll 20. Thank you. That's, yeah, okay. So that's a 2. Oh, okay, so it's the warrior. This has definitely been told. So, yeah, she talks about a warrior that came into town one day and changed the fate of an entire city by defending it from a horde of unknown attackers.
Scary dinosaurs.
Scary dinosaurs.
It's a specific
Yeah.
tale, oddly, but you know, whatever.
You know, I'm just going to like, so it's like 20 by 20, kind of like that.
Cool.
Just there.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
I think that'll do it. That was action and bonus action. I don't want to move away from this thing because I feel like it will hurt me.
Okay.
It's gonna hurt me anyway. But anyway.
Wolf, do your thing.
Yeah, so hear me out.
Uh-huh.
Well, first, one claw attack just on one of the ones that are on top of Mako, just to give him a little sauce.
Okay.
I have to do this specifically so that then I can.
Dead.
Pretty sure that hits, but I don't know.
Yeah, your claws. You don't even bother. Your claws come out. You rend its like head off. Just done. Dead.
And then I want a bonus action grapple Mako so that I can pull him out from under these guys while maybe making axe attacks with my other 2 attacks to get him, because I get bonus action and 2 more attacks for this.
Sure. Go ahead and make a contested grapple check if you don't mind, and I'll roll for these raptors who are not exactly
22.
great at athletics, but are pretty good at that.
22 beats a 14, I
Sure
guess.
fucking does.
This is
So,
why
yeah.
advantage in being good at this is
Yeah,
very
you just
useful
like
for
you
grappling.
just in like in a flailing pile of scaly limbs, you just ripped Mako out, just like, give me my fucking friend. And yeah, Mako, you're on your feet. You're fine. And
I
it's
had it under control.
and
Well,
it's,
then I still have
oh yeah,
2
sorry,
more
go-
attacks, because I'm not going to do anything with that. I just move him to the other side of me,
Well, go
whatever
ahead.
that is away from them, and put him down.
Go on
And
ahead.
then, yeah, I want to see what the heck this axe does. I put it down as a regular battle axe so far, so
Uh-huh.
you will have to tell me.
It's a battle axe so
if,
far. It hits. Are you hitting the same raptor or 2 different ones?
Oh, no, this is 2 different ones.
Okay,
'cause
cool.
If his claws
So-
beat it, then probably they will also die from
Yeah.
one of these.
So first time you you swing out for that first one, and you feel as you're revving up this swing, you can feel kind of like this glowing warmth kind of begin to build on the weapon as you're holding it,
Okay.
and you kind of notice like as you like focus and like grip it tighter, think more intently about swinging. It almost feels like you can charge for lack of a better word, your intent to attack into energy that you feel inside of this axe, and you don't really charge enough that like it does anything serious, but you just kind of little tiny push to it, and you kind of feel that energy come out, like express itself outwardly. It's just explode outward as you collide the head of the axe with this raptor. You get the feeling that a regular axe would have done the job just fucking fine, but yeah, this thing, it does. Yeah. It collapses open, and then just kind of like, oh, okay. You like just like switch hands and just boom down on the other one's head and just just bifurcate it down the middle. For mechanics' sake, I'll say that's good enough for you to understand. And I actually think I did already write yours down, so I'll just move it into your player notes on it.
My only question at this moment, is this a regular axe or a +1 axe when it comes to that? Yeah, okay, then I'll modify that real quick. So technically, both of those were a little high. Whoop! I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
You're fine.
That is not an extra attack.
See, there's your there's your that. There you go. So yeah, while wielding this weapon, the user feels instilled with a sense of overwhelming confidence. This weapon has 7 charges. It regains spent charges at dawn. The wielder can extend up to 3 charges to deal an additional 1d8 radiant damage. In addition, if the user feels challenged, threatened, or otherwise facing a combat-like situation, they must succeed on a DC 15 Wisdom save to not feel compelled to attack them head-on.
Interesting. We'll see how that ends up working.
It's almost like I gave it to you for a reason. Anyway,
Oh yeah, and then I draw a shield just because I can, and I don't know how dangerous these things are really going to be in groups.
Mako! Do it up.
Huh?
It's your turn.
It's your turn.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were trying to.
It's your turn.
Okay, so wait, did he actually move me, or am I
Yes.
still?
Well, I mean, you're up. You're on your feet.
You should be there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm here. Okay.
Yeah, I would have moved him to the other side of me because I just get to do that.
That's fine.
Be away from raptors.
Yeah. Well, I head for this one that you didn't or you're still dealing with, and I use my shiny new dagger.
Go for it.
Take a literal stab. At it.
Take a literal stab at it.
God.
Oh
damn!
That's the second 9
Bruh.
Oh.
Well, I'm technically two-handed fighting, so I can take a bonus action.
Wait, hold
and
on.
Stab it again. That's better.
Okay, much better. So yeah, so you you come down and like you kind of just like you like one blade out. You kind of just like come down with this really dramatic stab. It does see you coming and like kind of just hop out of the way a little bit to the left. You stick that blade deep in the sand. You look over at it, just very, very annoyed, and just kick out at it. And like that kick, like you feel some very fragile bird-like ribs just collapse under the weight of that kick. And yeah, this thing's dead.
And then, can I use a sneak attack?
It's dead.
Damage on that. Okay. Not that
he wants to because then he gets to.
Yes, then I get to
sneak attack.
Oh.
Well,
fair enough.
All right, and then I target. Actually, no, I target this one that's next to Z.
Yeah. So I imagine with your crossbow.
Huh?
With your crossbow?
No, I target
with his extra.
Oh right, your extra thing. Okay. Yeah.
Farewell to the dead.
Cool. So yeah, that Oh right. So yeah, as you kind of kill this thing, you kind of peel back a bit, and I mean, if you want to describe how it's like for Mako, you're more than welcome to describe that for yourself if you want.
So I, yeah. So Mako, after getting put down by Wolf, just marches up to the Rapgor, and like just yelling at Wolf, "I had that under control." And as he stabs the lizard, and then he looks at the lizard that's next to Z, and then he just like holds out his hand, and I guess just starts necrotifying the other lizard.
Yeah, and it
It's
just
just
like
like not even a visual thing. It just starts rotting because you point at it. That's cool as shit.
yeah, it's pretty fucking horrifying. Yeah, and
Fuck
like
you
There's
in
no energy
particular.
burst or anything. It's just like.
yeah, like Zenari,
Ah.
you're like you're kind of like you're readying yourself to kind of like defend yourself. This lizard like leaps up at you and in midair just turns into a skeleton and just falls apart. And
Okay.
you look over to see Mako just pointing at you, and you're like, oh, fucking yay.
And then I look at her, and then I point at Wolf and say, "Next, you save him."
Oh, we're gonna make it a line.
All right, they're
I
up.
love it.
Yeah.
These 5 still snacking, having a good fucking time doing it too. These guys start
Uh-oh.
pulling on up.
Oh no, we lost
Uh-oh.
one.
Oh
Hi,
no!
Michelle.
Oh no! Oh no!
no.
Oh no!
Ah.
It's all bad! All the cameras are fucked now! No! I don't feel like fixing them!
Actually, I'm okay.
Yeah, no, Shrek, you and Tate are fine. I can...
We're fine.
Just me.
Yeah, Dan's just where Michelle is. And also... on himself somehow? He just... God fucking... Okay,
Hey,
you know what?
We
It's
can
fine.
deal with this.
It's fine.
We can deal with this.
Here's how this happens. Here's what happens, okay? So, they start running up. Wolf, I'm gonna need you to once again make a strength save for me if you don't mind. You're fine. So you're gonna take half of this once I click on the thing. There you go. You're gonna take 3 again. This one, and then these 5. 1. Oh, actually, wait,
really?
hold
they
up.
just didn't like
You
those
lied.
cows? Yeah.
I lied entirely, actually. Yep. So yeah, actually, this whole group over here just kind of just goes over here and is like, oh
The
shit,
cows.
is there fucking cow over here? I heard there. Where's the beef? I heard there was beef.
The ground
and just
beef.
they just kind of start trying to like rip apart. Like again, in the same way, you get the sense that like this tactic of like ganging up and jumping to pin down a thing and eat it is like their evolutionary tactic for hunting. So you just see like
It's very
these things
effective.
just jumping up on these imaginary cows, which they kind of just face through, and it's like, just very very upset about this.
Oop.
And Mitz, it's on you.
Except that she's not here.
Oh right, I
Yeah.
forgot that.
No.
I was like,
About that.
Ah! Okay, it's fine. Zenari, take your turn. You'll have the same initiative. We'll come back to it.
okay. Sure. Okay, so she is going.
One session without
Yeah.
someone's Discord dying.
Wait, okay, so is this one like dead now? This one in front of me right here?
Oh
Oh.
yeah, it's super dead. My fault.
Okay. No, you're good. You're good.
Oh no, wait. Actually, sorry. That one just moved there actually, so it would bite at you. So I'm gonna do that
That's,
real quick.
that's
Oh.
a new one.
Yeah, it's another one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you and
Heckin'
Mitz are both getting bit at. So I'm gonna just here's
Oh
that.
no, I have a -1 to strength. This is bad.
Does a 14 hit you?
Yeah, say 14.
Oh well. Okay.
I'm an AC.
Wait, does it not work?
12.
Oh, Wait, really? I can't do a 1d8 -1 damage? That sucks.
Huh.
Yeah, what? Really? I can't do that? That sucks. Whatever. We'll just do the 1d8 and then we'll click in here. Here, there you go. What?
You sure? Oh, there it is.
What is
Okay.
happening?
Oh.
Whatever.
Let
Fuck
me
it.
do it.
I have no idea. I don't know what's going on, and I hate it. The point being, yeah, there you go.
2 damage. Mako rolled it. It's
Yeah,
fine.
fine. There you go.
Okay.
So you're gonna take 6 damage, Z. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I lied. So what's gonna happen, Z, is this little guy jumps up to nap at you, and you're kind of freaked out a little bit by these weird, tiny fucking raptor things. So you kind of like dip back a bit. Z, am I to assume you have your new scimitar in your hand?
I do.
Fantastic. So as you go to like flinch back a bit, you definitely don't hit this thing at all, but it hits this kind of, for lack of a better term, barrier around
Bonk.
you. Just boom. And it just kind of, like it doesn't understand why it didn't hit you.
Oh, it's
Um,
boxes.
For context, you have. Let me go ahead and just make this work. Oh, actually, it's already here. I'll show chat, and I'll actually no, I won't show chat. Hold up, I got it. First, I gotta. Here we go. Boom. Wait, no, I lied. That's not it. Actually, I gotta put the actual weapon stats in it. Ignore that entirely. You'd think I would have planned these things ahead of time in advance, right? Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I got it. I got it now. Everything's fine. Save changes and show to players. Here we go. So, believed to have once been the blessed weapon of a Zor'aa noble, this blade was once made foul and impure before whatever taint took over it was purified by a convent of adjutants to the god Kaltora. While wielding this blade, the user has +2 AC against non-Shireite attacks. As an action, the wielder can spread the sheltering magic of the blade to others, giving up to 4 allies within 30 feet +1 to their AC, while the user loses their bonus. So you have the Protector's Scimitar.
Nice.
Enjoy. So yeah, just it hits that wave of force. Nothing happens. Then I guess Mitz also gets bid at, technically speaking. So let's see if that happens real quick. Give me un secundo. Bite.
Numb.
Does an 11 hit you, Mitz?
Not very.
Do not hear.
Oh, right.
Interesting.
It does not actually. So it just kind of just sails right by her. Thankfully, it doesn't happen. Cool. Zenari, take your turn.
All right. So I am actually going to bestow the Tail of the Warrior on myself because it's going to be interesting. So what I get to do with that, she's going to use the momentum of leaning back to lean back into this thing with the scimitar. And the spectral hand of the warrior is going to guide her scimitar right into this thing. So I have to make a melee spell attack real fast. If I can remember how to do that in D&D Beyond real fast. There we go.
Imagine doing that. I have no idea.
24 to hit.
Yeah, it hits.
So that is going to be 2 rolls of my Bardic Inspiration die plus my Charisma mod.
Jesus fuck. For damage?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I mean, roll it so you can know, but yeah.
10.
Just with the spectral hand of the warrior guiding your strike, you just, like, as it leaps, like, you kind of wait for the moment, it leaps up, you just skewer it with a sideways, like, kind of piercing motion. You just make a Fallout Raptor kebab on the scimitar and just kind of squeaks at you a bit, just, and then dies.
Man, boy, would have loved that. Almost
Anything
as much
else?
as kebab.
Yeah, you guys have taken damage. I'll send, because that was a Bardic Inspiration thing, I will send a healing word over to Mako real fast.
Cool. Go ahead and do that.
Yeah, he's probably the most hurt. Too.
7
You're gonna
healing.
take that 7 back, boss.
Ooh. All right, I can do that.
All right. And then I guess here's what I'll do, because I have to take the initiative sometimes. I will pull up Mitz Tunquaddle's character sheet, and I will play out her turn.
Okay.
I've got this covered. All right? So. Fuck, what spells does she have? Oh, my God.
We know she has
Welcome to
Fireball.
Wizard.
You know she has Fireball. Okay, you know what? I got this. Here we go. Easy peasy. Perfect. So, does she have 3rd level spells? Yes, she sure does. So, Mitz kind of just like seeing all of these raptors around, even seeing the group that kind of is all hanging out by Zenari's image of the cow, seeing that just like the flawless teamwork you two tend to have, just turns over, kind of just like gathers up some magical energy as these sort of 5 crystals begin to spin around her. She shoots them forward as she casts Magic Missile. She's gonna cast that at 3rd level to manifest 5 bolts of magic. I'm just gonna do that. Hiya?
Yeah, they just take the damage.
Oh,
Just like,
well,
it
yeah,
does
okay,
not
well, yeah,
miss.
so yeah. Just as she shoots out these 5 bolts of magical energy, they just pierce straight through these things, and it's like perfect, just a perfect synchrony, just, and all of them are dead.
Huh?
Also, by cows, sorry.
I loved how the cube said moo in it, so we knew what it was.
Yes, so we knew it was cows.
Very good
And with
detail.
that said, we're back to Wolf as they all kind of just start noticing that the pack is suddenly a lot thinner than it would have been. And, Wolf, you don't even need to roll to know that the look on their eyes and like the kind of way they're squawking is definitely a sign of, get the fuck away!
Okay. Now, there's no mechanical reason for you to give me this, but if I use my action to fully shift into big werewolf and then roll intimidation, can I get like some kind of bonus to
Sure,
that
whatever.
to get them to just run away?
I'll give you advantage.
Yeah, as his action, just shift into full large wolf man for extra bullshit that got me exactly a +1, but not really even.
Nah, it's okay. Don't worry about it because they have very poor charisma. The poorest, actually. And you can get the sense that maybe they were probably already thinking about getting the hell out of here, given, again, all the raptors that are dead and or vaporized and or entropied to non-existence. So, yeah, they just kind of, as you kind of just shift and let out this huge, like, braying roar, they just kind of just immediately kind of bow and just, like, very, very low, kind of holding their claws to their faces, and then just dart off, running very far away. If you decide you want to, like, really, really squish one on the way out, or a few of them, you sure can, but they're just going to run.
Yeah, even if the ones in the top 5, like, take his bag of meat, he's just going to be like, whatever.
Oh, no, they're leaving that shit.
Not.
They're gone. It's, like, got a bunch of, like, it's not exactly the most useful bag now. It's just, like, a pile of bloody cloth and flesh, but...
Yeah, I think what would be like, I don't have the sewing skill to fix this. I'll have to get a new one.
But
it is like the bag he puts the untreated meat in, like the stuff that he just hunted. Yeah. He does have to keep that separate from the rest of everything.
Reasonable. And yeah, the rest will all, again, unless y'all want to grab at any of them, the rest will just kind of scatter off.
I'll take a stab at one of them.
If you want, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Roll attack.
All right.
Yeah, that's enough. As you're kind of like one of them's kind of running away, you just kind of scoop out with your arm blade and just like it catches it like right under like the head area. You just kind of have it like dangling from your arm blade. You're just like, But yeah, you do manage to snag one and snag it to death as they all skitter off. And so they all sort of run away, and there's a sort of a hushing quiet for a bit. And you're all kind of maybe just scanning the horizon, seeing if there's any more of these things, checking wounds, seeing if anything's, anybody wants to be, patched up or anything like that. You can do things like that. And I think just for the sake of time, what I'll say, what happens is, it's maybe after a few minutes pass that you recognize, like, okay, we're probably okay here. And there's a quiet when suddenly you hear from Mitz, very loud, "Oh my God, she's back!
My God, the timing!
The timing! The
don't have to
fucking
leave to the
timing!
left anymore.
Did I return? Do I
You're
live?
back!
Okay, so you're apparently about to say something very loud. What do you say?
Okay, no, I gotta say this. Okay, so that's fine. You're back. You fought some raptors. They got scared. They all ran off. We're glad you're back. We missed you. Okay.
Just pretending to be you for a bit.
Yeah, I had to be you for a bit. You can't magic missile. You killed like 5 more raptors. It was pretty badass.
That was exactly what I was gonna do anyways.
Well,
so...
there you go. I got you. We're of the same mind. But
He's a master role player, so he knew what you would do.
it is after that. It is after this happens. You're kind of pausing, kind of getting into the silence of non-combat again for a bit. When Mitz, you look back over at where you guys, were packing up your camp, where the rest of your remaining things are. There's a figure rummaging around in your shit.
Wolf is still on full-on rage mode. If Mitz says anything, he is absolutely about to pounce on this person and grab them.
Mitz, do you want to roll perception for me real quick?
Me?
Yeah.
Me?
Both of you actually. Go ahead.
Okay. It's not great at perception.
That's fine.
Being perceptive.
You say as you roll a
Oh,
crit.
but I rolled a crit.
You say as you crit.
So it doesn't matter.
So yeah, Mitz, so the figure is leaning over into you guys' packs, and your packs aren't huge, but you can only see like some legs and a tail, and not very long legs, and they're scaly and clawed, so you're pretty certain Sithani. But you've seen plenty of Sithani, and they're decently tall. This is a child.
So,
Yeah.
Hey, Wolf, what were you saying you were about to do?
I mean, he is still in rage mode, so he would still probably pounce on this thing if it is brought to his attention.
So yeah, Mitz, how do you react to noticing this small snake person rummaging around in your shit?
I mean, like, Not is with Mitz, so Mitz doesn't really is like, well, there's nothing terribly important. Like all things that are important are like on Mitz right now. But it's like Mitz is just gonna be like, oh, small child. Wait a second.
Hooligan. I
If
love
you
him.
open with child, Wolf will still turn around and snarl, but definitely like not jump forward. But he would not differentiate size of creature when he's been fighting small lizards already.
As you snarl, there's a rustle from the figure over there as it shimmies its way out of your pack. It pokes its head up. There's definitely a younger Sithani-looking individual with very, very soft features. It's a little hard to tell given that they're snakes, but you're pretty sure if you were to sex these things, it'd be a female. A young girl who pokes her head up, sees you growl, and darts running, holding something in her hands.
Mitz is gonna be like, wait, small child.
How far away?
Uh,
How many feet?
You guys are probably about, I'd say probably about here-ish. Yeah, about there.
Mhm.
You can make that.
3 feet. Okay, hold on.
I mean, Mitz isn't gonna be mean enough to.
Well, he's not gonna attack this child now that he knows it's a child, but he definitely can run her down as a giant wolf person and be like, grab her with advantage and be like, don't do that. Unless someone does something before he can do that.
I mean, Mako's
I
probably
mean, the best Z can do right now, because if it's 70 feet, she's out of range of hold person, so I can't just like stop her. So the thing that I'm gonna do, she's going to project her major image, because I can move it within 120 feet of me as an action. Is going
Hey.
to, on the other side of her, just like make another image of Wolf.
Oh no.
Doing the same expression.
He is a full wolf person now too, so like
Yeah, okay. So, this figure, this little child, begins running, sees this like large imposing shape of that werewolf she's pretty sure she literally just saw a couple seconds ago over there, and as you see her darting, she runs up, jumps, swings the hardest kick you've ever seen a child throw at what would be Wolf's like genital area, which it passes through, given that its image, hits the ground, tumbles, gets up, keeps running.
okay. Wolf has 80 feet of movement. So we can get to the spot you indicated now.
Okay.
Between an action and a dash, and then bonus action, just gonna scoop her up by an ankle.
Can you grapple as a bonus action?
Yeah, that's part of what's it? Tavern Brawler. Tavern Brawler lets me do that.
Okay. Roll athletics with advantage.
That's why I've been doing 3 attacks and a grapple this whole time.
21.
Let me
21.
roll
Eh.
next. She crit.
Oh!
So yeah, you like
Smile.
you scoop her, like you got her for a good bit, and she kind of just like turns and chucks a handful of sand in your face, and you're just like, God fucking, and she just like drops again, and you haven't really been working on Zor'aa as much as Zenari or Mitz, but you're pretty certain she says something about your mother as she takes off running.
My mother is far scarier than me, child.
And she is just...
Do I know what she has? Can I see at this distance? Or do
Oh
I
yeah,
need
no
to-
question. You can see what she has at this point. She basically dug into your adventuring pack, or sorry, you dug into all of you guys' gear, and it's basically pulled out a huge, like a wrapped pack of rations, and it's just dashing with them.
Oh, I don't know that Wolf has the heart to keep chasing her if that's what she's after is food.
And
Mako
as you
might.
see her run for a fair
Make
bit,
it can.
she kind of is like somewhere kind of like, just like definitely still kind of like making a really awkward swerving path, thinking you guys are still chasing her. It's almost like maybe this is instinct. There's a moment though where it's pretty obvious she trips, tumbles down a dune, and disappears into a small cave you see. How
I
do
mean,
you
if
react?
she's okay.
We should probably go check on her.
I mean, is there any kind of civilization around? Is this maybe someone who just goes camping for a while.
Here, I can even put y'all.
Wolf was given a lot of leash as a child, so he
Yeah.
definitely is like.
I can put
get
y'all
out in
back
the
on the
woods.
travel
Doesn't
map
he
real quick so y'all
power
can get a
enough
sense of it.
for
But y'all are decently far from any actual towns or cities. It's definitely more than a day or so's journey.
Well,
the tower.
Mitz is gonna be like, I mean, considering how these guys only live like what 50 years, I think they're a little bit more. They might be a bit more protective of the kids than maybe we think. I'd hope so. I don't think that I don't think small Sithani child should be running around in the
Wolf will
desert.
follow
Like,
your lead on this. He will unshift so he doesn't look like the giant wolf monster that he was a minute ago. He has to start shaving again, as always.
Eventually. It's just God fucking damn it. Fuck.
It's not even anger anymore. It's just like, this is just the cost of being strong.
All right, so are you all pursuing, or are you leaving this one alone?
I mean, like Mitz is gonna like walk up to the cave entrance, be like, Ta'utani, and just like, hello. Are you okay? Like just like a quick like in Sithani, like, are you okay?
Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second while I gather y'all tokens. And then we'll place y'all here. We'll move you guys over. Boom. And then we'll go ahead and zoom stream in. So stream gets a nice good view of this actual cave. So you guys get to the mouth of this cave. It's decently sized, not like tiny or anything. It's dank. It's empty. But the weirdest thing that strikes you is that growing this far into the desert are these strange flowers attached to the cave wall.
Huh.
They are purplish in nature with small, slight, like blue flecks on them. And you can definitely see a good number of growths of them in this cave. Which, again, you've been to enough environments to know, like, flowers in the desert in a cave. Okay.
Weird.
As you guys come to the mouth of this cave, you do see the little tiny one, about right here-ish, gather herself, like, kind of finishing to gather herself up, dust herself off. She sees you all at the mouth of the cave, darts down this passageway here.
Wolf is going to stay here.
This passage?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, if Tiny Child is okay, like Mitz is just gonna send Nga in to like scout and just like make sure, and otherwise is not gonna do much beyond. Ooh, what is this pretty flower over here?
Are you approaching the flower?
You know what?
Wolf would.
Curiosity, sure, why not? But like Mitz has sent Nga's consciousness like over into this passage to double check.
So, we'll deal with that first. Nga heads on over down here through this passageway. And for the first thing that they denote as they kind of peer down is that it's probably small enough for some of the, like, you know, less chunky of you. Not chunky is the wrong word. Some of the less meaty of you to get through this. I guess for lack of better terminology, Mitz, you could definitely fit through this. Z, with some squeezing probably. Wolf, if you played it right, it might be a tight fit to get through this little passage right here, but you can kind of see how it, or Nya can see how it kind of broadens out a little bit, but still remains decently thin for anyone that's not thin or a child to get through. But that's sort of that. You, Mitz, you approach this flower, you kind of just like step up to it, and you don't touch it obviously because you're not dumb. But you kind of just like look at it for a bit. Just like, why would a flower? You kind of just kneel a bit because, you know, typically there's a distance where a flower can spew spores or anything like that. So you're like, I'm gonna just like kneel close to it, but not close enough to be in spore shooting range. I've seen Aliens enough time. Don't know how I'm breaking the fourth wall like that. Anyway, point being,
Ye Old Play
Aliens by Sir Ridley Scott. Anyway, so you take a look at this flower. Do you recall that death-like feeling you and Zenari felt for the briefest moment when looking at that rune?
I'd imagine she would. Yeah.
You feel that.
Death flower.
Just the faintest breath of it as you examine this flower. But unmistakably that.
Oh, death bud. Mitz just immediately backs away. It's like, Z, I don't think we want to get any, and just like tries to like prevent people from getting closer to the flower. It's like, ugh.
What's going on?
Yep. Remember when we were looking at those runes
Mm-hmm.
in the journal?
Mhm.
The flowers feels like that.
Huh.
That would actually pique Wolf's interest. I think he'd want to, like, at a distance, similarly, like, he's not as smart, but he's definitely done this a few times to know not to get, like, poisoned. But he wants to know what this plant smells like.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he wants to get that memorized, because that sounds like the kind of thing he'd want to be able to pick up in, like, his food, or
Niff,
just in the wild again.
All right, Wolf, you grab one solid whiff in. You grab just one solid...
Yeah.
And it's faint. It definitely, I mean, it's certainly more faint to everyone but you, but those flowers stink like bodies.
Corpse flowers.
Flowers. Why are we on the same wavelength?
Yeah, honestly, Wolf would say a similar thing of, like, they smell like death, and not in the fuzzy metaphorical way, in the way that those bodies that were, like, sacrifices smell. Just fainter.
Mitz is gonna like pull out her 10-foot long pole and like just back
Yeah.
away as far away as she can and just poke it.
Nothing happens.
Smell as corpses.
Just nothing happens. You just nudge the flower a little bit.
Wolf has a 2 in nature and wants to roll nature, even though he's not good at it.
If you want,
It's
feel
kind of
free.
curious about what kind of poisons can be made out of this actually, because her dad really likes
The
poison.
world decided
at you,
Wolf knew what he
though.
was talking about.
Hey.
This is the only subject
Wolf,
the druids taught him he actually kind of learned was nature and survival.
Nice.
That's it.
so Wolf,
Look at him.
you know
Pick
that
nature over intimidation.
nature is a strange thing. It's a
Mhm.
part of our natural physical world, certainly. But there are bits of nature that are definitely tied to places and planes beyond. You've
Yeah.
seen plants or things that grow out of the influence of gods or other magical energies. This
I imagine the
plant,
Fae
Yeah,
happens a lot. At
things
home.
like that, exactly. You're certain that these plants are grown from some sort of nascent magical energy around this place, this cave.
Mhm.
They're definitely not poisonous. In fact, you can almost certainly say, like, even god plants have, like, patterns on them that would indicate, poison or things that other plants have. Nature just is, cyclical like
Yeah.
that.
Put on the ears.
Doesn't seem poisonous. You're, God damn it, again? You're kind
Of
of,
course.
yeah,
Thank
you're
you,
kind
Ollie.
of certain that, while you don't think these things would necessarily taste too good in food, you're pretty
Yeah.
certain they're not poisonous. You're
Mhm.
almost certain they don't have any medicinal use. In fact,
Mhm.
you can't think of a single mundane use for these things.
Yeah. I think Wolf would, it's like one of the few times he seems to have a knowledge of something that he actually is confident in, but it's this like natural, like on natural world stuff. I think he looks at it and he's smelling it, and then he eventually even reaches out and like touches the petals. And he's like, it's not edible. A good rose is actually quite good as food, but these would probably taste kind of like dead flesh. It's just not pleasant to eat, but they won't actually hurt you at all. I wouldn't recommend eating it. Probably make you nauseous from the taste alone. There's probably something beyond what I would know
Yeah.
about these.
As you-
This is supernatural in some way.
Yeah. And Wolf, you're seeing Mitz kind of like back up a little bit, kind of like maybe a bit nervous, and you kind of feel like you could pretty confidently reassure her that, like, I don't think
Yeah.
walking near these things is going to hurt you. I think as long as you don't, like,
that's why he
directly
comes up and
consume
touches
them,
it.
you're probably okay.
It's like, and I mean, if you were desperate, it's no worse than eating tree bark.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's kind of like is like, oh, well,
They probably.
thanks, Wolf. And like slowly walks back towards the flowers to study them more.
Mhm. Yeah, he definitely goes. Yeah, not a good smell.
As you guys are getting distracted by flowers, a little head
What's
pokes
Nga
its
up to?
way back out here, noticing the floating construct. Nya notices the little girl, just kind of bunched up a little bit, looking at this, again, floating book consciousness construct. The girl does poke her head and over, and you guys can see in her hand, she is now holding a golden coin.
Mm.
As you all see her,
Wolf would
she's
back up.
yeah.
He's like,
Sorry, she sees you again and darts down
I
this
look
way.
different though, so I don't know
That's
if.
true. Yeah, I mean, she definitely seems a little less afraid, whereas more before it kind of felt like panic before. In this instance, she just kind of just like, and just kind of like takes off, running deeper into the cave.
This is gonna like
Hold up.
absolutely.
Wait. Okay. Fine. This is probably fine in here.
We should.
Let's just go.
Well, I don't know. This is
I
a much
don't know.
deeper cave,
He wants
and
to
they
check
are.
out the cave.
Well, I think Wolf would be concerned about these flowers though. It's like, look, these are not natural. They come around because something is connected to this place, something supernatural, something powerful. I don't know. Like, is his experience with this is Feywild stuff as close as possible? And it's like, you don't let a child hang around this kind of magic. It's a good way of getting a child
Probably
stolen.
actually,
True facts.
I mean,
Correct.
Mit's gonna let go follow the child and like I guess
So-
like do an Arcana check on the like try to see if there's anything mystical about the flowers.
Sure, go ahead, do that real quick if you don't mind. As that's happening, I'll actually go ahead and have, if you guys all are sort of deciding to sort of at least move a little bit into the cave.
Yeah, Wolf wants to make sure he is at a distance, but
Mhm.
also so he can see at least one of the entrances to this area because he doesn't know that everyone's out of it,
Mm-hmm.
or like that someone might go in or out of it. I don't know.
Yeah, well, if you're kind of walking, and I'll even say, like, you kind of poke your head down this corridor here as you're kind of walking, and you kind of see, like, it looks like a pretty open area. There's a collapsed column over here of, like, fine, dark gray stone. There's some more vine growth down here. Don't necessarily see any flowers back here. But then you kind of move up to here and see, like, kind of peek through here a bit more. And you see a collection of what look to be ragged sheets, tarps, and blankets just strewn about in a corner surrounded by these small rock piles.
Child.
And yeah, that's about all you notice. But there's nobody in there. You kind of get like you spend a good bit just like I'm watching, and no, it's empty.
Okay.
You get the
Yeah, he
sense
doesn't want
pretty
to
immediately
interfere
that
with
like the little
charisma
one was
checks.
living here.
Yeah. He also just wants to make sure he doesn't interfere with the charisma checks to like calm the child down because he doesn't want to.
Yeah. So speaking of the child, if you guys want to, you can all come into the cave about here. Mitz, as you're kind of trying to get a sense of the flowers, you kind of take a second. Now that you've felt that sort of death-like essence, you say, okay, all right, I'm going to go back in. I got this. And you tap into that just barely, and you kind of feel it almost pull you deeper in the cave for a brief minute. This deathly energy is strengthening deeper in the cave. It doesn't necessarily feel hostile, just like this miasma around, I suppose, as it were.
Makes sense. Death is fairly neutral in things as far as Mitz knows, at least.
And so I'll go ahead and say, if you guys want, you can all get to about here, and nothing happens. Don't you all worry. You pass by, notice some more ruined stone structures, some more flowers here or there. And as you approach the sort of lip of this of the cave, you notice a sort of a drop, which the child seems to have already taken. She's now just about here-ish, sitting not too far in front of, but not facing, this large statue. Instead, it's facing towards you all, sees you all actually, clutches that coin very close to her chest, just. And as she takes a single step back, just one step, Mitz, if you want to go ahead and move yourself up towards like where everybody else is, you feel that, and I would say you and Z having already attuned to this sort of energy, you feel this eerie wave of that death-like energy kind of just float past you all. It just kind of washes over this entire cave. The light dimming as if it suddenly becomes several hours later, and the air cooling even in this hot summer sun. Everything kind of just feels wrong. There's a statue in front of you. You can undoubtedly tell it is, and you would tell from noticing having looked at the scrolls, it is definitely, or was, a statue to Shayada, goddess of death. No question. It has been desecrated, damaged. Parts of it are torn, destroyed, and this doesn't look like wear and tear. You guys have seen plenty of things come apart from time. This was destroyed. It was damaged. It was vandalized.
Mitz is feeling pretty angry about that, actually, because...
And you certainly aren't the only one. As, from that miasma, kind of almost like as if it could eke out of the walls around the cave, comes this deathly wail as this figure begins to rise up out of the ground, spectrally, not, kind of literally phasing through the ground. Large serpent-like face with twin horns sprouting across its head. And actually, you know what? Give me 1 second, because I gotta do a thing, because I forgot to do a thing. Give me un secundo. Crap. Actually, you know what? It's okay. Don't worry about it. You know what? It's fine. We'll do it the fun way. As this 6-armed, Naga-like serpentine figure appears up in front of you, kind of slithering its large, massive, about 12 or 13 foot tall body, while the tail, the lower body, is certainly that of a snake, a serpent, with glittering purple scales and a spectral figure. The upper torso is skeletal. There's no flesh or meat to it. It has 6 arms. In 4 of them, the top 2 and the bottom 2, it wields curved scimitar-like blades with hooks towards the top of them. In the middle, 2 hands. The left wields a large shield with a skull-like face depicted on the front. The other holds can't really call it glass given the translucent, but holds this vial. And while the rest of the figure is this kind of eerie, purplish, dark blue, this vial has this pure light blue liquid in it. This figure rises up in front of you, and with its tail coiling around the little girl, howls at all of you. What do you do?
It didn't move forward, though. Like,
nope, it's just, it
obviously
rose up, it coiled its tail around the girl, like flared those 6 arms, and just roared at all of you. But it hasn't moved.
Seeing that the temple, this cavern and everything itself looks desecrated, and intentionally, she's gonna walk up. She's gonna walk up, hands up, a kind of like, the most non-threatening she can possibly be, and say, "Hold up, please. We're here to help. I see that there is a lot of pain here. Someone has hurt you. And I think I know who it might be. But please, if you just let us help, we're not going to do anything harmful. We're not going to let anyone hurt you anymore."
It sweeps down, and despite being spectral, you see 4 divots rend in the ground in front of it as those swords clash out. It brays a bit, and then kind of begins to slither back and forth, but it doesn't re-raise its swords. They're still kind of lowered to its sides. It just sways back and forth and makes direct eye contact with you, Z. And
she
behind
doesn't flinch.
Just in, you don't flinch. You're fine. You're totally fine, and even more so fine because you've definitely felt this before. As almost just behind the gaze of this guardian, you feel that gaze larger than existence just briefly flit across and notice your existence. Just very briefly. Something from the greatest beyond notices you. Sees you, almost. And that creature just remains with its eyes locked to you. Are the rest of you doing anything?
I mean,
Wolf's watching this, but he's just.
Mitz is going to also remain like as unthreatening as possible. Actually, like unbuckles and lets them float off by themselves. Like hands up, like stands next to Z and like just, what can we do to help?
As you walk up, Mitz, this skeletal snake-like face cracks its jaw open, and you hear a voice like 7 or 8 drowned, choked screams. Amutep! as it looks and locks eyes with you.
You, Mitz is a little confused at this point. It's like, Amutep, do you, your brother? Do you, how? What? Like Mitz is like really confused at this point. Is like, how, do you need me to find him?
It sways back and forth gently. It takes those scimitars of its, inverts them, jams the outer two and then the inner two into the ground, kind of forming a sort of half ring around the girl, and then slithers its way very slowly up towards, like, right at the edge of the cliff. And it is so tall, so imposing, it is effectively eye level with all of you. And it just kind of remains there. Gentle sway. Back and forth. Locking eyes with the two of you. And if you want to move next to Z, you can. You're fine. I got you. Boom. Reactions?
Could be such a weird play here, but I'm still gonna do it.
Go for it.
Z is going to continue to talk and say, please explain more, and cast Speak with Dead.
Okay. All right. So here's what happens. Speaking with the dead is an act of stepping beyond a veil you aren't really supposed to. It's almost like peeking your head through a screen door, except that screen door is mortality. It's a weird feeling, which is why most mages don't bother with it, because to even briefly peer beyond the veil of mortality is something that some souls just don't survive the harrowing of. But see, you're College of Spirits Bard. You fucking deal with dead people all the fucking time. It's not a big deal. So you're ready. You're kind of like, all right, here we go. And you kind of peer into the mind of this thing. And it's a tunnel at first. There is void on either side. Emptiness. Black. But this singular focus. Not necessarily color, but you can see it. And you reach out to that, to connect with it, to speak with it. What do you say?
So how this spell works is I am allowed to ask 5 questions.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you go ahead and give me your first question, and I'll tell you exactly what happens.
Okay. That's not vaguely threatening at all.
Mm-hmm.
Where is your brother?
The creature doesn't speak at first. That connection kind of wavers just a tiny little bit. And then, as if someone gripped the front of your chest, not your shirt, I mean your chest, and yanked you. You feel yourself just drawn in. You move across uncountable space, light years gone by in picoseconds. And then you're in the void. The cave is gone. The girl, the creature, your friends. You're floating amidst a void black sea. Suddenly, a figure appears in front of you. No taller than you. Her skin a smooth, pale blue. She has 12 total arms, each of which in some strange pose behind her head, fanned out in some great fan. 2 hold goblets, fine golden increments. 1, this woman, looks at you, takes a sip, plants 1 down, but it stops in front of you as if there was something holding it up, despite there being nothing there. And a voice enters every part of every bit of your life you've ever been, as if it could speak to both your past, present, and future. Sip, child.
Can I vibe check that? Like, will I die if I
Can I
drink
vibe
it?
check a god?
Can I vibe
Death?
check God? If you would
I
like to
can't- I
vibe
don't
check
know.
God,
Is
go
Myth gonna
ahead.
totally follow Z into Speak with Dead? I don't think so.
Go ahead. You can absolutely 1,000,000% roll to vibe check God.
Okay, I don't fucking know.
Please
Vibe
do.
check and dethrone God.
I'm glad
It's
Z did this
fine.
because Myth would never vibe check. Would just be like,
17.
With a 17, you
Will
feel
this kill me?
so.
Am I dead?
17,
Yeah.
you glance, you even like just get your bit hesitant. You kind of just like tippy toe a bit just to be like, can I see what's in this thing? The cup is empty.
This is some
And the moment you peek your
metaphysical
head over
bullshit.
it vanishes. Thank you. That figure comes forward, and now its sort of hazy features begin to manifest. A pristine, smooth face, 2 eyes, void, empty pools of black, and a third one in the middle, a bright blue. Her hair, long and onyx and trailing so far that it feels like it just becomes that void at a certain point. She comes up to you, runs a hand gently across your face, and says, I do not know time as you do. You cannot understand how long I have been waiting to meet you, child.
You're quite right. I don't understand.
There are so many things and so little time. For you, certainly. Thus, I shall be brief. The cosmos is at a loss. One of our pantheon has gone missing. His essence, his influence, is gone from this place. I have not felt him in, I believe they'd be decades by your standards. And for the first time, I felt a spark of him. Tell me, where did you find that little feathered friend of yours?
Question, do I know that?
Well, you met Mitz. You can just kind of BS that if you want. I'm fine with it. It's fine. I will tell you by virtue of your by virtue of your 5 check, you are pretty certain that she's basically asking about like, is she a Coatl folk, basically.
Oh, okay. We met her outside of Zor'aa, but I know she's from the ancestral lands of her people.
She looks at you. Ah, of course. Blood of my brother finally come home to roost. A cycle generations in the making. I believe I am early. A mistake I no longer have time to correct, I'm afraid. She looks at you, her face not so much turning serious as there's a strange softness that you can kind of feel in that face. That face is always sort of soft seeming no matter what. But it sort of focuses just a tiny bit and says, things will begin moving faster for all of you. Growing and changing in ways that I don't think any of you will come to understand just yet. The God Killer has his place. You know this. But you too must know your position in all of this, storyteller. For you hold a tale that will bring my brother back to this realm. I ask of you not to question, not to doubt, but to trust. She puts a hand up. Both hands. And where that first brush against your face felt cold, like there was bone directly on your face, both hands cup yours. She says, for now, trust in me, my love. and you are snapped back into reality. This
What did we see during that?
nothing. You saw Z's eyes go briefly void black, and then after a few moments, she snapped back to reality. And the moment she does, this large guardian creature vanishes. Thin air. And yeah, so what happens now? Take it away.
I mean,
He turns it back, takes
What-
a step back.
Z?
Is the figure still there? Is it gone?
Are you okay?
The giant, big, scary guy,
Yeah.
gone. The moment you snap back, he just.
I think Wolf would come up behind and be like, "Is everything you? That didn't look great. Hey,
Uh,
Are you okay, Z?
I think so.
What happened?
I'm here. I wasn't for a second. Or maybe longer than a second.
It's just gonna
a moment here.
poke Z just to like be like, can you feel that?
Not an illusion.
Yeah,
not
I
an illusion.
can, I feel
Not
okay,
dead,
okay,
not
okay,
dead.
hold on. Okay, I feel I'm here. I'm present. I'm palpable. I can't be palped.
Pout.
Oh fucking no. So I think I just met a god, maybe. It was very confusing.
How was that?
A little
You're
scary,
all here still. So.
but also comforting, and it was weird. It was really weird. I don't
Didn't
know
take
how
you
to
away.
feel about it.
Probably good that you did and not me. I imagine being called God Killer while talking to a god is some kind of faux pas. I'm not sure though.
It's probably some social
Maybe
traps
not.
around that.
Speaking of, we had a talk. That it was very enlightening. I don't know how to feel about those guys.
Good talk.
It was a good talk. I asked where her brother was, and I didn't get a very clear answer. I just know that a god from this pantheon is gone somehow. The influence that he holds over this place is gone somehow.
Doesn't sound good. Like usually, like can Mitz kind of like feel anything through like divine connection? Just be like that. Generally, like missing a god is not great for like the balance of forces in.
Actually, thank you so very much for saying that. Mitz, you decide to sort of the best way you find to commune with sort of the pantheon of gods in an area and to get a sense of what gods are present is just to meditate. So you take a seat, cross-legged in front of Zenari, and kind of just close your eyes, beginning to sort of try to get a sense of what's happening. As that's happening, Zenari, you turn from Mitz back over towards the left. Little girl's not down here anymore. She's right here. You look at her, and a name enters your brain. Ami.
Have a little side.
Do you say that out loud?
Mako can teach
Mm,
how to stab people.
Actually, what she's going to do, this is the first time she's going to use a Kalashtar trait.
Oh,
actually.
shit!
Ooh.
Yeah, hold on.
Exciting.
Yeah, she is going to make a mind link with this girl and talk telepathically and say, "Are you Ami?"
She looks back at you, and in a voice that just sounds like full of just youthful abundance, but behind that, there is this chill of the grave almost, as this girl says, "Of course, mother. Who else would I be?"
Oh.
I think that's all happening in your head because Wolf would definitely react to that.
Yeah, I'm glad this is in my head now. Okay.
Hey, Z.
Hmm?
Not to pile too much on you, but have you looked at your hands recently?
No.
Generally, the answer is
I
no.
mean, she was like making sure she was here, so
Oh yeah,
she
you're
probably
fine.
did
So
actually.
you're checking that out, and you put like your left hand in front of your face to be like, "What? Am I still?" There is an onyx black band around your left ring finger.
Ooh.
Oh my god, guys.
Well, you need
That is my
jewelry.
wife.
Nah.
Your wife calls you mommy?
No, I don't think the child is death.
No,
I
I'm
think
pretty sure the guy
the
is
child of
my
death.
wife now. It's fine.
And you know, I think that's probably a pretty good spot for us to call it here, actually.
We have the two
Yes,
singing
yes.
characters, and then me and Mako just kind of dicking.
I got a wife.
So
it's
I want to thank.
congrats. When was the wedding? Can we attend? Like,
Maybe
did
that's
you
where she
get
went.
married without inviting us?
Also, just like peek behind the scenes, by the way. I just want to make it clear that the best, my crowning achievement as a game master is having to DM Sir Heck, "Hey, Z's a lesbian, right?" Just to make sure before I ran with this plot arc. I had to check.
Yep, no. No, she's a lesbian, so like
I mean, as soon as Mitz finds out, Mitz is gonna be like slightly indignant that she wasn't invited to the wedding.
Obviously, it happened
I
in a
can
split
ask
second
for
where
this.
I went black.
Ah, you know what?
God, man.
I'm sorry. There is one other thing I would like to do.
Yep.
And that is, of course,
Mm-hmm.
an outro scene. The past,
Ooh.
a time gone now. Memory to some, or one specifically. A young girl, eyes alight, moves her way through a large room, shelves piled very far high above her head. As she flits about, gazing left and right, searching and scanning, grabbing a tome here and tossing it away. In the distance, there are voices calling, "No, no, please, Zenari, come back!" She dips through, running here or there through shelves. Eventually, she tucks between one, hiding from her guardians. A single tome falls, bonking her on the head. A slight grunt of pain, she grabs it and reads it. The title, Death and Her Lover.
No.
That's all I got!
Bye.
Hey, we should do outros or something.
Yeah, let's fucking do some outros. Players, y'all go first.
Hey, my name is Tate Washburn. You can find me on Twitter at kinda_writing, where I talk about tabletop and nerd shit and politics. So follow me if you dare. What you really should do, though, is follow this channel's Twitter. You should follow Neon Lights Roleplay.
What socials work? I hope so.
Yeah, let's
Sweet,
find out.
they do.
Perfecto. Yeah, you should also definitely join us on Discord, where we do a lot of just dumb memes and pet pictures and talk about tabletop and stuff. It's good. It's also where we find people for our one-shots like we had last week.
Yup. We had a brand new player for our one shot, which was super, super fun. And we always pull players from our Discord first. So if you are interested in playing with us or anything else related to that, definitely hop in that Discord. You want to be involved, unquestionably, because that's where all the fun stuff's gonna be. Michelle?
All right, I'm Michelle. I played Mitz, our wizard quaddle folk, spellcaster.
Wizard folk.
Yeah. The wizard folk. Okay, I will shut up now. I'm kidding. Okay, I don't social media. Now I shut up.
A
Doesn't
scholar
happen.
has no time.
Not present for us today, but always in our hearts, of course, is our dear Lucian, who can be found on Twitter at Ublissa1, occasionally on Twitch at Ublissa, and who didn't play because he wasn't here, but I played for him for the bit of time he was here, our lizard folk, our duo of lizards, Ploy and Net, one folk, one giant.
Hey.
Hey guys, it's me, Sir Heckalot. You know, I played Z.
Death's wife.
Z, our
wife of
College of Spirits bard that may or may not have just like gotten married to death. This is fine. Hey, what's up? You can find me on Twitter and Instagram, and now on Twitch. Actually, I started streaming my personal channel at Sir
Ooh.
Heckalot.
Hey,
So if you ever feel like chilling, I stream sometimes, and probably the best way to like learn when I'm doing that is through my Twitter. So if you follow me on there, you'll know what's going on.
definitely.
But yeah, in terms of what I'm going to be in next, I will be here tomorrow at noon for In His Divine Name, as well as over on TPK to recap everything that happened during the week on Total Party Recap. A special thing that I especially want to shout out for next week with TPK is our Honey Heist hacked one shot called Be Gay
Oh.
Do Crimes. It's going to be so great. It's going to be awesome. You all will get to see me play a butch power tool wielding, muscly badass named Mavis. It's going to be great.
Are the
I'm
two
so
stats gay and
excited.
crimes? I'm so excited.
I'm so
You got two
excited. I
stats:
forget the
gay
exact
and crime.
I forget the exact charity that we're donating to, but I know details for that will be there during the one shot. But we are donating our proceeds to a very specific charity that I believe the person who did a hack of this game supports. And throughout all of Pride Month, 50% of all TPK's donations are going to be going to the Trevor Project. So check us out. I do a lot of other stuff over there. So if you ever have the time, go see what we're doing.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, I think that's about it. So let's keep on keeping on.
Hey, I'm Lam the Dan. I don't have a catchphrase. But I do have a Twitter.
That should be your catchphrase.
That kind of is a catchphrase, low key.
Well, we'll see. If I say it next week, then then it's not my catchphrase.
Oh, fuck.
Catchphrase.
But yeah, I have a Twitter. I don't do much else aside from, I guess I technically run the Twitter for this channel. I do social media stuff in general, but you can follow me on Twitter at LandTheDan. If you enjoyed me dicking around in the Twitch chat, which I know
Tweets are kind of that most of the time.
not. But you can follow me there for similar caliber of humor, as well as pictures of food mostly.
Good food too. This guy can cook, definitely. I've had his food; it's pretty good. And I guess again, if you somehow don't know who I am, welcome to Neon Lights Roleplay for the first time. But if
Neon Light Roleplay.
otherwise, hi, what's going on? It's Young Foxxii, aka Big Foxxii, aka Baron Von Foxxii, aka your favorite fox. You can find me on the Twitter sphere at Young Foxxii. That's at YUNG_FOXXII. I don't go on right wingers, talk a lot of shit, and have a great time doing it. You definitely want to catch some of that. You can catch me definitely locked here, because there's so many things. You're going to catch me back here tomorrow for In His Divine Name. You're going to see me next Sunday for Neon 90 Lights, our Cyberpunk campaign. You're going to see me in a whole bunch of other stuff. You're also going to see me, because I'm now going to officially announce the cast for our Overarms campaign, Core Hearts. It is a very, very heavily anime-inspired lens about a group of college freshmen and their slightly older one friend, who's my older brother, who effectively discover they have strange powers and can see into this weird alternate world called the Mirage, and have to harness those new abilities to keep the world aligned and from falling apart. The cast includes me, and Michelle, and Turk, and we got Spree, and we got Corndog, and we got Meg, and it's gonna be baller. JK's DMing, it's gonna be absolutely slammer and insane. Please stay tuned for that. Also, if I haven't mentioned, if you subscribe to us, and during the duration of this campaign, over on our Discord server, we will have a channel where you can make an NPC for this, like, in the world of this campaign, and, like, text RP with our goofy college nerd characters, and it'll be really, really fun. Other than that, like, as mentioned, please stay locked and tight over on TPK Roleplay 2. As mentioned, half of all proceeds for this month go to the Trevor Project, which is super, super important. TPK does a lot of good work as far as giving out money to charity. They did the same thing for Black History Month. I thought it was super, super important. And you get to see at least some of us over there, because Sir Hex and stuff all the time. And you'll get to see me over in Roundhouse Omega on Monday, and Beyond the Undergrowth on Tuesday, and not Cold Hands this Friday because we're on hiatus, but I'm usually in that too. So I'm in all kinds of stuff over there, and hang out there with us. It's going to be awesome. And so please, I don't tell anybody over there because I haven't made this official or anything, but I low-key kind of feel like TPK is kind of like a sister channel for us. Like, I have so much love and appreciation for them. So please give them any of the love you would give us because they all super deserve it. Anyway, we got any last-minute thoughts? And or do we have a raid target, Loves?
Joe
Let's
and
see if
Molly.
Ark is still streaming right now.
Ark is still streaming? All right. Can we check and see if Ark is about to end stream before we go raid Ark?
Yeah, we should probably do that first.
Can someone go quickly scout out Ark's channel and see if he's ending stream?
Hold on. I got you.
Otherwise, we're going to raid
See what
Ark.
he's doing. See what he's doing.
Let's see what Ark's
Oh,
got
I
going
have an
on.
ad.
Oh, no. Not the ads.
Not like
should have
this.
subbed.
You should have subbed.
I should have subbed. I'm sorry.
Wait, is TPK Roleplay doing Top Shelf?
Oh, yeah, they're doing Top Shelf right now.
I think they're in
Let's see.
intermission, is what it looks like.
They what's our message gonna be?
We're
it's a
going
sweet
with
roll
making
here.
sweet roll javelins.
Yeah, making sweet roll javelins.
That's our message for our raid. How's
Ooh,
Ark
he's
doing?
been going for about 5 hours.
Oh, yeah, he's probably going to end soon. Reasonable. All right, who else we got? I guess TPK's on
Joe,
intermission.
Molly.
Molly, you know what? We'll throw it to Molly. Why not? Molly's always love. Throw it to Molly. Why not? Pass it on over to the Mallsterino, the big mall, the fucking mall mob boss Molly. You feel me?
All of America.
Mall of America. Yeah. Anyway,
I like
Dan, let
that.
me know when we got the raid prepped. That's all I got for y'all. Thank y'all for coming to hang out. We're gonna go make some sweet roll javelins over in Molly's chat. This has been a great session.
I'm not logged into the. I'm not logged into the.
Never mind, then I'll do it myself.
I'm modding.
I got it. Don't worry. Everything's fine. Point being, go ahead and pop on over to Molly. Say hi to us. Tell her we're making some sweet roll javelins and we're having a great time doing it. We love you all, and we thank you all for coming to hang out with us. Please catch us back here tomorrow at noon EST for In His Divine Name. Great session. You won't want to miss it. A lot of important shit happening. That's all we got, okay? Bye, babes.
See ya.
Later. Raid's going, and...